on paper. They either type on computer screen, typists or writers, same thing. And we are live. Let's do this. All right. Had like I think a minute and change, and I was going to like basically save it so you guys can see like that difference, but there wasn't even enough to really justify saving what I had with the first stream that happened this morning. So we're gonna do this. Do it again. I am worried that I'm just, as much as I'm struggling and as much as I'm fighting against it and stuff like that, I'm fading away. And, I think everybody goes through that. And, so I'm not unique. In what that means. And I think it's not really a regret, but my biggest disappointment, where my life is concerned, is that I had so much, I still have so much more, and you can see that there is, video after video after video after video, and I'm barely even scratching the surface. And that's pretty much how my life, the first 50 years, because there might be 50 more years, but it's pretty much how my life has, my modus operandus has been. And I don't know how to change it. I was going to get, and I might still do it. I might still do what somewhat planned. As I was going to, yesterday I watched the anime Rent a Girlfriend, and a question was asked, would I date somebody who works as a rental girlfriend, if they wanted to take it beyond the rental thing. And I don't know how we would have met. I don't even, I'm out. I don't date anymore. So I don't even, I'm not on the market, as it were, to date anybody. But before, there was, when I was dating, there was online types of dating. There were, plenty of bars, that you could go meet people. There was definitely meet and greets and things like that. And, plenty of things that I would have had at my disposal. My life had never been in a position where I've never been in a position where I would have had to hire an escort or, rent a girlfriend or, have something like that. I had always had, when I was dating, I wasn't strictly a monogamous dater. The people that I've dated, had other people. The difference between it is that when they set the rules of our dating relationship to where we're supposed to be monogamous, I was monogamous. If they decided that they needed, to secretly and lie and go outside of the boundaries of what our relationship, that type of person to cheat on somebody, because it's not worth it. But I've always been, fairly honest, even though some of my honesty had been, misinterpreted and, misread, if you can say that, that it was, I was kidding, or I was lying, or I was saying something that wasn't true. And the truth of the matter is that I never, I don't hide those things. I do hide my feelings. I do hide who I am. I do, as you saw the story with the storytelling, I told lots and lots of stories, but when, I've always found that my word and the things that I, say, even in a joking fashion, there's truth to it. There's, maybe I said it in a joking way because that was an easier pill for the people that I was saying those things to swallow, and they thought I was just kidding. That gets into the rules. Now, when I first started dating, I didn't have those rules. The rules came out of the necessity that I had to go forward and with, I had always been approached. I had always had, people, requesting my time. And it's one of the reasons why one of the first rules for dating, I don't know, it gets kind of iffy when the first rule is, but I always talk about, because big question is who pays. And I had to make it so that, one, I have even when I made a lot of money, I have never been a person of unlimited funds. And so I had to make the rule because, I'm not, and the rule is really simple. The rule is the person who pays is the person who, asks. If I ask a woman or even a man, it doesn't matter. But if I usually, most of the people I dated were of the opposite sex. But if I solicited for somebody's time, if I was, asking for their time, I paid. I paid for everything. I paid for the way, the means of getting there. The meals, if the meals were included in this, the activity, whatever the activity was, movie, whatever the date entailed, even carriage rides and presents, and if we went shopping, I paid for everything. That has been the core of it. If somebody asked me to go on a date, it's not my date. It's their date. They're there to impress me. They're there to get to know me as I get to know them. But it's, they pay. They pay the whole thing. They pay for everything. I usually don't have expectations on dates. Even a kiss goodnight. I never, especially if I'm not the one asking. My expectations are rock bottom. This is an activity or a movie or a restaurant that this person wants to go to. Is can be there to impress me, but it's there. That is their. This is them showing who they are, and it could just be a trip to McDonald's, going to a spot, a lover's place, and spending the entire date in a parked car. It could be that. It's their date, and that's what they planned, and sometimes it doesn't go to a second date. Sometimes there's an expectation of me to ask for the second date, and I usually don't. And I have had very impressive. I have been very impressed and stuff like that, and I have one upped the date. I have gone to sporting events, and I'm not really a sports person, so I would go to a sporting event. But my expectation has always been if I was like it doesn't have to be a romantic date. That's why I included men and women in that. And even though most of my romantic dates have been with women, most of the people that I approach because I want to get to know are usually the opposite sex. But it could just be if somebody wants to be a buddy. Conventions, used to go to a lot of conventions, used to be big nerd, so used to have all of that. Here I am saying I used to be a big nerd. I still am a huge nerd. So obviously, if somebody knows that that's something that I like, I mean, obviously, I'm definitely going to say yes. Again, I always keep my expectations to zero. No expectations. There are projects and stuff like that I have done with people, cosplay, fabrications, and things like that. And most of the time, it's my gift to them, even if it's not the date, but we've taken those things and we brought them gaming conventions and stuff like that. I'm right there with you, and I have lots of gaming things that I do, miniatures and things like that I would bring with me. But that's not, obviously that they're not going to pay to have, me to have the pieces if I already have them. That's not what I'm talking about. But, but as far as like tickets, sometimes, if they want to get t-shirts and things like that, something to remember the convention by, I usually don't pay. Meals, I usually don't pay. If I'm their guest, I usually have the expectation of being treated as the guest. So where dating is concerned, that is it. The other thing is, like rule number, I guess we're going to call it rule number 2, is if somebody, I know what it's like to be turned down, said no to, even mocked when asking a person out. And I know like how devastating that is, because usually people not only put a lot of time into the asking a person out, they already have the activities and the things that they want, that they would like to do with the person that they're asking out. And, to me, it seems like that's such a waste. And so I always say yes. Sometimes we have to fit it in my schedule. I used to have a very tight schedule on how I went out and stuff like that. And it, tried to fit and work with the person who, asked me schedule. And there had been, especially when I was in college, there had been large things where I, did not even have the time to ask somebody else, to be the person paying, as it were. I did not have the time to actually, request other people, because so much of my time was being taken up by requests to do things. And, I like that. It's crazy. It's hard to keep track of. And I think it's one of the main reasons why I had what I called my fan club in college, because there was a lot of people who were vying for my time, and they got it because I didn't tell them no. There was a lot of jealousy. There was a lot of in stuff that I actually wasn't privy to when this was going on. And I think that I kind of wish, in a small way, I kind of wish that I did know, because I would have actually stopped it. I don't see people as objects. I don't see people as, something for me to own. And I think that I feel that way is because I can't tell you how many people that I've been with have tried to possess me. And I know that feeling, and I don't like it. I've never liked it. And that goes to, when people think that they're winning, me as a prize, if they didn't figure it out, I never was the prize. I never was a prize to be had. So yeah, I always say yes. But again, saying yes, it's not just like an immediate, I drop everything and, go do the date. It's, that you have to work with me. One of the things, and I don't know if this can be considered a rule or not, but those two rules are basically, that's exactly how I did all the dates. And of course, no expectations goes into that. And I have a whole series of things, of how I conducted myself. But when I ask somebody out, again, no expectations, no, I'm buying this for you. I now, you now have to, give back to me. There was no give back. I think that that's a fundamental flaw where dating is concerned. Because again, going back to the rental girlfriend, would you make would you make the person quit their job as basically an escort? And this could go into being a prostitute. This could go into being a stripper. This could go into being a person who does adult films and all that stuff. And I would never ask somebody, especially if it's something that they love doing, no matter what it is, I would never ask somebody to stop. And that actually goes into, it's like telling somebody to stop being who they are. And instead, I'm the exact opposite. I don't want them to stop being who they are. I want them to, basically show me who you are. But I want to learn. I want to be a part of who they are. I want to do this. I would never ask somebody to change. Definitely compatibility with me, that's a whole different story. I, don't change to be compatible with me, because eventually you're not going to be compatible with me. And I am certainly not going to change me. I'm not going to change who I am and how I do things and my silly quirks and flaws and things that might drive a person absolutely crazy. They're not fixable. That's part of me. That's who I am. And I never saw even though I'm, called myself broken, I've never thought of myself as something that needs to be fixed. I think that, even though I do change, and I'm definitely not, when I first started exploring, weird way of putting it, but when I first started exploring relationships and being with other people and how I'm interacting with other people and things of that nature, I definitely, who I was then is completely, it's night and day. And yeah, the experience plays a lot of roles in it, but there's a lot of things that I think I did right when I first started dating, to when I stopped. And I, only because of the way things were working, I changed and adapted and, fit myself into for what I wanted or what I needed from other people. And yeah, there's I don't know how long, people, before you can consider it a serious relationship. I don't know how long that period is from when you first start, from the moment you guys, but I do know that my longer, if I was lucky to have a relationship with somebody, it lasted 2 weeks and usually ended after 2 weeks. And we would occasionally, do activities and things like that together, but not in a dating thing. And a lot of the people that I've dated moved on to other people. And some of them actually, did it out of spite and, did it to be mean to me. And it's like, well, our relationship's over, this was, we took the shot. We tried to make it work. It didn't work. I mean, I will always be the one constant. Sean is always in all of my failed relationships. So if I have to, put blame, point a finger and stuff like that, because I did not have a lot of amicable, nice, mostly they were, I was dealing with different people, different personalities, and different, people, how people interacted back with me. But the one constant was always me, and it's the reason why I take, not part blame, because everybody says it takes two. I don't take part blame. I take all of it. The reason that the relationship failed is because I wasn't committed enough, I guess, and I definitely wasn't the person um, that the people I was dating were looking for. They thought I was. That's why you start dating, right? That's you try to you figure those things out. Um, I had a woman ask me out, and I explained to her, yeah, sure, when are you looking to do this, and when do you want to, do all these things, and she spent a lot of money on me, and when we planned it out, and she had the expectation that I would ask her out like almost immediately, after, because here she is. She showed me this incredible, and I had a lot of fun, and but the timing, of that was rather unfortunate because I was fitting her into my schedule, and she used that. She used it. You talk about like using your time wisely. She used the one date to go all out, and it was a high expectation of me to pretty much return the favor, and I we definitely didn't see um, eye to eye. She did buy me a lot of things. I gave her all of it back. Um, and there were a few things that she basically broke and gave back to me, but that doesn't matter. But yeah, she didn't buy me, and um, that's kind of a really weird way to put it. But again, that's why I must say, let's not have any expectations of each other ever. Let's get to know each other. Let's find out things that we like. Find out our dreams and our hopes, and where we see ourselves, and what the path our path has now converged, and it's going to probably split again way, so we should just enjoy the time we have together. And I've always been like that, and I don't know if it is to save me from heartbreak or heartache. I've had people tell me that I'm very cold, and I'm a crybaby. I definitely throw myself into way too much. But when it becomes like using the loud noises as an example, when it becomes a routine and you build upon that and you're working something, the emotion, that's a give or take. Um, it's I know that I replaced the first 4 videos because of microphone issues, but you go back, even those things, you go back to there and you can see that there was definitely a lot more as my singing improved, my emotional attachment to the songs was decreasing, and when I started writing the parodies, I kind of got back into that, where I could be, put some emotion into it, in how the songs are sung. But before the last song, because I actually got very emotional on the last song, but because it was ending, I think that's what I think the fact it's not the song itself that got to me. It's the fact that I knew that, one, it's definitely for the best that I stop. Stop doing it as regularly as I can, because the songs aren't as special. I would love to, like, on a whim, do the song that took like 10 minutes to make and just produce that. It's one of my favorite songs, and I just did it like that. Click, click. And I say 10 minutes, and the majority of the time with that 10 minutes was spent, actually singing the song, actually downloading the song, and then publishing the song. Uploading the song to the channel and publishing it. That's what took almost the bulk of the time of making it. If I had to really say, to when I wrote it to when I sang it, you're getting down into, like, seconds. I wrote it so fast. When I wrote the description, I had to actually correct a lot of the lyrics, and I still think that it's not as corrected as it could be. I would love to do that. It's faster. One, bigger turnaround. The impact of the song for me, it kind of exposes, that rawness that you rarely see in songs. I mean, the 100th 100 Noises Loud, that I practiced and practiced and practiced. That was definitely not on a whim. And I think that the practices, I wish that I filmed the practices, because I think that they came out better, because I didn't have that, camera rolling, have to make this good, and the finality of it. And I think that really affected the video. It only because I was trying to match Freddie Mercury. I think it is one of my worst. But I love the parody. The parody is awesome. It really shows a lot of things. I think I definitely mentioned what my favorite of the parodies, and it's the technically third parody that I did, but it is, really the first one that I did. It wasn't really. It's the second parody in Loud Noises too, but I did the Nux parody, way before, and again, that one, You compare that, I have two Hamilton parodies sung in two different, completely different months with different equipment and different ways of doing things, because I was still working out how I was going to do everything. And it's, you can definitely see that, I really wanted that parody, the original, to work. That's an overlay. That was still when I was doing, because the music came out like nothing. And I was really, seeing, I was almost screaming the lyrics. The good news about that, it is a voice, kind of a boisterous song. So I was able to do that. And then adding the music in secondary, I could actually control the volume of the music. So it actually worked. That worked out very well for me, being able to control it, because you'll see, especially when I get into the later videos, I had the microphone too close to the laptop speakers, and the music came out really loud. But before that, I have some songs where the music, you can't even hear the music playing in the background. So I never really got that down to like a happy medium between the music and the lyrics. I definitely don't like wearing the headphones, because I have trouble controlling my pitch, knowing where my pitch is, and things like that. So that's one of the things with having the headphones on, because already having trouble hearing, and now muffled, even though the music's getting driven right into my ears, I don't hear what I'm actually seeing. A good example of that is Waste, because I definitely struggled with that song. I couldn't even get it to fit the music, and I sang it with the music. So, what does that have to do with dating? Like I said, when asked these questions, it's just having fun. That's why do people put so much pressure on themselves? And I understand that there's a lot of people that it might be the first time that they're dating, and or they haven't dated in many years and now they're starting to date again and stuff like that. But this person isn't your wife. She might become your wife. Nobody knows. I can't predict the future for you, and you definitely can't predict what's going to happen in the future. You're now using games theory. You're now adding in the equation another person who has all those expectations, all those things that they want from their future, and just no matter how close they might seem, they're usually miles apart of what they're going to expect, especially if you first met somebody. Yes, there's a lot of people out there, and I'm definitely not one of them, that change who they are because they feel that this will get them closer to the person that they're dating. And I definitely have dated a lot of people like that, who definitely, will put up. Oh, if you're not into comic books and stuff like that, and you meet me, you're faking love of comic books is going to destroy you. Especially when I find, you can't figure out which comic books that either I don't know, which is not very many, but which series, artists and things like that. Why do you love comic books? I have no problem with somebody who just basically says, I am definitely not interested in that. Or I would like to become interested in it because you like it, let's see this thing. But if you don't start to love comic books, because you weren't exposed to it, and I know that there's like a comic books is probably a bad example. Dungeons and Dragons is probably the best example. Um, I can't tell you how many people that I've met who grew up where Dungeons and Dragons was concerned, where because they were a woman, a girl, because they were a girl, because that they weren't even allowed to play Dungeons and Dragons with the boys, and like my mind goes, why would people kick out somebody who has an interest in this stuff for this, and it like that. I have to admit, I was probably being born a boy, and having that acceptance into nerd culture and stuff like that. I I I don't I don't know what I would have done if I was actually born a girl. I don't think I would have enjoyed it at all. I don't want to fight people, for my passion. I want to share. And the fact that there were, groups and stuff like that, and I definitely did not witness it. And again, I think it's because of my gender that I did not witness, the exclusion of women in games. I know that video gaming culture has, just so you know, women could be the reason why they have to separate guys from girls, because women should dominate computer games. They should just dominate. They have better reflexes. They have better hand-eye coordination, better dexterity, and agility out the wazoo. It could be because a culture of typists. Most computers. We call laptops and stuff like that computers, but computers was a designation. It was a job. You could be a fireman or a firefighter and a police officer, and you could be a computer. It was a job. It wasn't an actual machine. Computers were almost completely dominated by females. It was all females. Typists were almost all females. I can't freaking. I type like crap. I do my best, but I type like crap. Most women probably blow me out of the freaking water, and they should dominate. That just having that alone. Multitasking. I think women dominate on more than men. Brute strength. Brute strength isn't anything actually. Isn't worth much. I mean, that's why we have machines. Most machines do the jobs that men have been, that men dominate forever. I'm gonna find out who said the quote, but I don't know why women want to have equal rights to men, because women are superior. It is so true. It's why would you want to be, why would you want to lower yourself to be equal? I know that the patriarch and society and stuff like that basically abuses the fact that women are so much better than men. And it hurts women. And I am, you can call me a feminist, you can call me a liberal, you can call me whatever, libtard. I don't care what the fuck you call me. It doesn't change what is. It's like people's races. That's why I don't, we're only one race. We're the human race. We're all Homo sapien sapien. I mean, where do you get, what other race is there? The color of your skin, the culture that you grew up in, all that stuff is awesome. It's fascinating. It's great for what it is, but it should not be a determining factor in where intelligence is concerned, where the learning. There isn't the color of your skin does not determine your capacity to learn, your capacity to love, does not diminish it in any way, shape, or form, no matter what. Even white people are in the same friggin' boat. The color of your skin doesn't stop you from having flaws, doesn't stop you from your culture, the culture that you're raised in. And America is a culture. It's actually, I think it's several different cultures, and we like to divide ourselves up, north and south and east and west, and north, south, east, west, coasty, inland, all that stuff. We just always like to throw those things around. All they do is just separate and diminish the ability to be unified. All those things. It's the reason why freaking Civil War was fought, to stop something like that. And not to say that I agree with the South that the war wasn't won, but that war still goes on, and for no reason. We like to put people in these little boxes. I can't think of who's saying it, little boxes, but like to put people in little boxes, and yes, everybody's a different color, but they're all friggin' the same. We're all the same. The individual is different. What makes you you? That always fascinates me. And yes, your culture could play a role in why you made decisions for your education and whatnot, and this, but ultimately the work was done by the individual. The things are done by the individual. It does not, fighting against, the stereotypes of, the labels that you have, also changes, how you got to the point of who you are, but it still doesn't change who you fundamentally are. A person's nature doesn't tend to change. It doesn't improve. It tends to not change is probably wrong. It does change. It evolves. It doesn't revolutionary. People can go against their own nature, but as much as they fight against their own nature, eventually nature will win. So but they could have their nature evolved. It's part of adaptation. It's part of this thing, but it's an evolution, definitely not a revolution. Most of that's done to people who are abusers or bullies. I don't think bullies, people who are inherently just having that evilness inside them. I think that basically most bullies just become better bullies. And most people who have things, most people who've been bullied only know or only seek the gratification by becoming the bully themselves instead of becoming better. Instead of working on the who they are, they'd rather tear down other people and stuff like that. I think that it's sad. It can evolve into that's something that's where it evolves into people's nature. And some people have that disposition all along. It's just that they just didn't feel that they had the power. But people's natures, I use my nature all the time. Like being called into work. Got called into work. Somebody called out or felt ill or whatever, and I'll get called into work. And instead of refusing it, which is in my best interest, is to refuse these things. Absolutely, it would be so much better for me monetarily if I just tell them no. Because what happens when I go in and I do a half day or a partial day or something like that, it takes away from a full day. So if I have a full day's work planned in my schedule, but I get called in on my day off, like a Sunday, I lose that full day. So basically, I lose hours for the half day. But in turn, that seems like, oh, Sean just lost 4 hours. What's 4 hours, right? 4 hours. Well, I tend to work 6 days a week. So you look at those 4 hours and you say, oh, 4 hours. Sean just lost 4 hours. It's and it's only one day. One day and he loses 4 hours. But I work over. I get overtime. So not only do I lose those 4 hours, those are 4 hours of overtime. It digs right into my overtime because I don't have, instead of having 56 hours under my belt, I now have 52 hours. So I now have time and a half. So that's actually 6 hours that I just lost with that. And I have to admit, it hurts. Financially hurts me. But today, called in, did it. Last week, called in, did it. Got called in on Wednesday. That was going to be my day off. And, worked 4 hours. And actually, technically, I lost 5 hours then, which is 7.5 hours. Of pay that I've lost that takes that is basically literally stripped out of my paycheck. And yes, I don't get to pay the taxes on it, but the taxes aren't that well. They are about 30. I pay about 30% taxes. So yeah, so there it is. But those things hurt. I have to tighten my belt. I have to, make concessions in, how I do things because I'm losing those hours. I can't expect them. I'm still spending about the same amount of gas and still spending, the same amount of wear and tear on my car to drive to and from work when those things happen. It's, I still have to pay that. That comes out of, my pay. So whether I work, a 9-10 hour day or whether I work 3 or 4 hours, it's the cost of me doing that is the same. It's the reason why I would prefer the longer days. I don't want longer days. I definitely would prefer to have a shorter day, but it hurts. It hurts. And when I have 3 or 4 days of partial days and stuff like that, it's that hurts even more too. So it's not even in my best interest to be efficient at my job, because the faster I can get done, the less money I make. It's just not efficient. And my nature, instead of just basically saying no, I can say no. I can just outright refuse. You know, they've even threatened me with consequences of my actions, and I'm like going, yeah, you threaten me with consequences for my actions, and I can just threaten you right back with consequences for your actions. I mean, that's we can I can pick that fight, but they need help, and my nature is to help, and I've always been that way. I've always given help even when not asked. That's my nature. And I sometimes don't like that about myself. I've sometimes fought against that. Um, it is definitely the reason that before I transferred offices, I blew up at that one person, because all they've done the entire time I've known them is just taken advantage of the fact that I will just take it from them. And I just, I guess because I was leaving, I just, I don't have to take it anymore. And that's me fighting against my nature. And I lost my cool, which does not happen. But I've already lost my cool with them once before. So I mean, I've lost my cool twice, and it's the same. It's interactions. I'm the one who lost the cool. It's my responsibility. People always say, "Oh, you blame them for this thing," but it's the interaction with one person, and I definitely don't like that. Yeah, it's kind of like I guess I would just rather eat shit than freaking feel that way, because that feeling. And just so you know, I think that was the best thing for me to basically lose my cool. Like, it's really bizarro, but I still don't like it. Um, Still don't like it. Um, when it's like when I tell people that I'm probably not long for this job, this occupation, and they remind me, oh, you're going to give up your career. And I was like going, how long have I've been doing this, and and how long have you always told me that I'm not career, that I'm literally a part timer working full time hours, I'm overtime hours. I have never been career. This is not a career. I have nothing saving for bonus. I do not get a pension. I do not get any of that stuff that a person who has a career in the job that I'm doing right now. I am, stuck at the lowest token on the totem pole, and it's the reason why it's easy for me to transfer, because there's, being that low down, everybody needs more workers. Part timers are a dime a dozen. And yeah, I could fit in any place, because with this position that I'm in right now with work. But I'm doing it for 8 years. It's definitely it's definitely coming to an end, and it's not giving up a career, just giving up a job, worthless, useless job that likes to cut into my pay. Like, they think that I want to be, like the work itself, like it's not. I have never experienced any sort of satisfaction with the work that I do. I have never woke up in the morning going, I can't wait to take on the day and meet these challenges. And I have never come home after work thinking that I'm feeling any type of fulfillment or never. I can't, not a single day at my work. And if I go career, I don't know if going career will ever, I don't think I'll ever see a day like that because of how badly I've been treated. So yeah, me thinking about leaving is, I think about it every day. And with minimum wages freaking shooting through the roof and stuff like that, what I'm getting paid right now, that's exactly what they pay people who just walk in the door. So I might as well be like a freaking brand new newbie, even though I'm 8-year freaking veteran. It's little discerning, why, what good do they do for me? But they're always like, oh, help me out, Sean. Can you do this for me? Oh, can you do that? And again, my nature, I do those things. I complain a lot. That's probably part of my nature as well. But, I'm the one that comes in on a pinch, covers. And it's to my detriment. Not, no good deed goes unpunished at my work. The better you are at your job, the less you make. There's no benefit. And then people like the person that I was fighting with, who is career, think that they have it like that and think that they can step on me. And they have stepped on me. They've stepped on me for 3 years. They've been stepping on me since the day they met me, which was now almost 7 years ago. And I'm tired. I'm tired. Just tired of it all. And I know this was talking about dating and stuff like that, but dating, like how people interact is, I think, essential. Why do people, when they start dating, and this is like starting dating people, this is like, I just met you, quit your job. Why? What are you bringing to the table? Why? And maybe it's because I don't understand what it means to basically financially support somebody who just quit their job while you're dating them. What happens when you guys break up? Does that financial support go away? Did you just destroy whatever career that this person had, or break the dreams that they wanted to because you wanted them to stop doing the very thing that probably is the reason that you met? I don't understand it. Why? And why would you be so jealous? What is that? How does I like to think, and I could be completely off the mark here, and somebody could probably correct me if I'm wrong. I like to think that we're striving with everything that we do to be better. And when everybody else is doing that to be better, discovering who you are, I think, can be a detriment to what you see as being better, and you can't see that revealing yourself. And I'm not talking about like, showing your face or, putting yourself in danger. Or what I'm saying, what I mean by exposing yourself is like, exposing like the things that you're afraid of, and the things that get you down sometimes, and the things that don't make you happy. Instead of always being on the happy, 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 joy, joy, joy train. It when you just show that who you are, you know, it as much fun as some of the people that I have dated over the years I've had. Um, the one thing that always kind of persists is that if we're not compatible, you don't like science fiction. Holy, science fiction. I can understand somebody not understanding science fiction. I can understand somebody like discovering science fiction, or, um, you know, liking some aspect of it, but not really being a sci-fi head. And I could definitely get into that. I will definitely, the things that they like about science fiction, I will definitely try to discover, because that's a passion of mine. But there are people, and people that I've dated that absolutely hate that stuff. You know, and want zero part of it. And as fun as being with those people are, and like I said, I can live a life outside of that, but we're never going to continue on dating. I mean, that's you know that's lunacy. You know, you get to have that aspect of my life and be a part of that aspect. And then I meet somebody who likes science fiction and also likes roller coaster rides. I mean, who am I going to spend more time with? And what you physically look like does not matter. It doesn't even matter. Um, the theater. I met somebody. I was acting at the time. She was also part of um, that whole thing. I thought we got along really well. We definitely talked about the theater. It seemed to be the one common thread. I asked her out on a date. She said yes. I um, saw that Candide was playing in New York, and she didn't know Candide very well, but I think it's a um, I think it's an excellent play, and for somebody who all I have with that person is theater. Um, I was thinking that well, maybe this is a way to broaden the horizon. Go the fan club. This was in college, that I had at the time, even told me that this is the stupidest idea possible. What do you hope to gain? And it was like, I bought the tickets. I'm going to, we're going to do that. Um, Fortunately for my college, we could take a train right into New York, pretty much right onto Broadway. Um, I, afforded the cab to go. I think it was only like 3 blocks, but we were dressed up, so I didn't want to mess up anything, and we saw the play. Um, it went
Actually, I'm a
everything.
vegan. Can you
Here I am,
please
like,
have us say
acting
something
like,
else?
oh, you know,
Okay, everybody say tofu.
Tofu is actually not as good for you as
vegan.
vegans think. Any CrossFitter will tell you that. It's bad for your
But I
testosterone
definitely
level.
realized.
Okay, I'm sorry. How about we
when
all just
we were
smile?
discussing
one
the
more
play
asshole
and
asks me to
discussing the works
smile.
behind
Not
the
really
play,
an arsehole.
especially
Taking a photo for you,
Voltaire
so-
and all
What's
the
it to
other
smile
stuff that
about
goes
anyway?
along, you know,
Okay, would you like me to just count
it's a
backwards from 3?
jam-packed
Oh,
play,
would you like dyslexic people to just not exist?
which she
My
slept
cousin
through
has
part of it.
dyslexia, so offended.
Adopted. Don't even know who my
It's a
cousins are,
jam-packed
so
play, and there's
more
so
offended.
much
How
to
about this? We all
unpack
put a
and
word we're
talk about
comfortable
and
with
everything like
in our
that.
heads, and I'll get the shot.
Yeah,
No,
when
it
we
doesn't
were
sound very
done,
inclusive, though,
it's-
does it? I
you
suppose
know,
you'd like
we
us all
had
to stand a
almost
few metres apart, would you,
45-minute train
Scarlett?
ride
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I don't see what religion has to do with this.
home.
Well, I'm an atheist, so majorly
and-
triggered.
Is that a
I
comment
mean, we
on
had
the
dinner
gun debate?
before, and we were
Still
talking
trying
about
to
all
control
this
people.
wonderful
But it's
stuff.
not just the
you know.
people.
Again, not Four Seasons, but you know, it was a decent restaurant. It was a nice restaurant. Italian before plays, always good to have. But yeah, saw the play, and pretty much I was like bursting with like all the things I wanted to talk about. You know, how she enjoyed it, and you know, parts she missed, and things like that. And she was under the assumption that I was doing this to basically get in her pants. That's it. And I was like, the play. The play. Let's talk about the play. All we do is talk about theater. And you've already seen me naked because we did hair together. And 6 degrees of separation. That made me with no expectations. Look at that. I that was my expectation. Well, that's what I wanted, you know. And I definitely didn't want her, you know, she offered to pay me for it. Once I realized where our relationship was, especially when she offered to pay me for it, and I was like going, something you want to do, use the money there. We're not going Dutch. But you don't have to. You don't have to invite me. We don't have to date. We don't have to have anything. And I think that really having that perspective, especially where my dating is concerned, like I said, my fan club literally was telling me what a freaking moron and stupid person I was, and I'm just throwing away money to a person who can have any guy she wants. And I'm like going, yeah, but she said yes to this guy. And I think that to the fan club, they were just basically, they saw her as a threat, and here she was getting something that some of them never got from me, which was me paying for a date. Or maybe they saw the date, you know, because I could have asked any single one of them, and I've had times where, especially going to conventions and things like that, where I'm going to a convention and I ask somebody not part of the fan club. I almost I think this is what the fan club never understood, because it kept growing, because I kept having, you know, these, you know, short-lived relationships with women. And that's why they hung out outside my door a lot of the days. Like not every day. Like here I am thinking, you know, treating it like this huge mob, but this is a group of women. I don't think, there were no guys involved in the fan club. But it was a group of women who basically stayed in constant contact with me. asked me how my things were going, knew my schedule, changed their some changed their classes so that they knew what classes I was in, and they were in the classes with me. They did a lot of things that kind of scary, kind of creepy, but very endearing, and I never hated them. I had always hoped, some went on to and have wonderful relationships, and move past it, and I guess they just choked it up as being this was their college years. But talking about the fan base itself, my fan club. Talking about the fan club, my fan club itself. Like I said, I don't want my subscribers to be my fan club in that respect. It's but like I said, I was always kind of attached to them, and I always kind of, and I guess in a way I encouraged it to continue, which has probably even made it even worse. But yeah, I think that they just didn't like this beautiful girl that I took to New York to see a play. And yeah, it I'm on a college budget, I had to work part time, make the money to do that, and it definitely money I spent definitely hurt into other activities that I wanted to do, but it's what I wanted to do, and so I did it. And that girl, she never really joined the fan club, but she definitely stayed in touch, and definitely I think she didn't like the fan club. She didn't, as far as wanting to be a part of it, I think she was just like, and I think when we first met, I don't think she was pretty too aware of them. I think was she there for hair? She's definitely there for 6 Degrees of Separation, but I don't think she was there for hair. No, I don't think we. Yeah, never mind. She only saw me naked for 6 Degrees of Separation. For some reason, my life had always been clothing optional anyway, so that if you're like going, oh, I seen Sean naked, I mean, like, you're one of 100,000 or so people that have actually seen me naked, so yay. We didn't even need to date. You've seen me naked. And probably more people have seen me naked than I like to say. I have a point here with this whole thing. Yeah, she didn't like the fan club, but like it's that thing, like, I never really asked. I didn't ask out the fan club. I would always ask out somebody new, somebody I met, somebody I had a conversation with. If I was in a comic store and somebody came in and were very interested in this, and we're playing a game, or I was part of the gaming club at college, and if they were part of the gaming club and stuff like that, and there's a gaming convention going on, I would invite them. And a few people caught on to that and pretended. And like I said, it doesn't help. It doesn't help to not be interested in something that I want to do. But yeah, when I invite somebody out, they already know. I've already given them the rules. I'm paying. So so why the hell did they want to go to a gaming convention now when they know that I'm on the hook for this date? Let's go dancing. Let's go do this stuff. And I'm like, I have, driven right back to their house and dropped them off. And then basically called up people depending on who they are in the fan base, depending on who they were in the fan club, I would call up the ones that would most likely, I would try to be, the ones that would most likely enjoy, doing this with me. And I can easily, drop, I don't have to be with the person. I have, other people that I can ask who would more than happy to be in your shoes. Some going to that convention, and more than happy to, give their ticket away, so that I could have, pay for that. Or sell their ticket or whatever the hell they did with it. They can do whatever they want. And that's how. So as far as have I dated strippers? Yes. Have I dated people in the porn industry? Yes. Have I dated people who had jobs that were kind of sketchy? Yes. Yes. All over the place. I've even dated a woman who wanted to be a professional wrestler, and I can't tell you whether she became one or not. And I'm using the term dating loosely, but going out on a date is dating to me. Just a date. I'm not datings. I'm just dating. And if you go on a date, a single date with somebody, you are dating. It's a date. And I actually consider going, hanging out with the guys, playing pool or something like that. That's a date. That's a date. It's palling around, but it's a date. I put the date in the calendar. Circled it. I have to admit, I really don't know how humans survive. I think that maybe I am really weird and this is strange. You got a strange concept of how to do things. I like going, that's what works for me. Here I am saying going out, if you go on a date, and I guess we didn't really go on dates, but I was only sleeping with married women or women in, strong relationships, because I did not want that. Did not want to be in the relationship. I had a whole phase of that, and darn near killed me. So, but I would only date people who were attached. I personally have never, in any relationship that I had, where the woman has asked me to become monogamous, I have never cheated on anyone. Not even for a grudge or anything like that. I have called off relationships, and I've had started up other relationships where the person who I've called off the relationship with thought that I was just kidding and joking about, and you wouldn't see that through. Yeah, you grabbed your clothes and your toothbrush and stuff like that, but we're still dating, right? And it's like, no, we're over. That's the other thing, and it's something that I think the fan club never. It's the reason why the fan club never truly broke it off. But when you break up with somebody, it's over. There's no do. The end result was absolutely horrific. It was a horrible date. I have been put in situations where I had to leave in the middle of the date, where my safety and I would even say to a certain extent the safety of the person that I was with has been compromised, and instead of being the bigger person and rescuing the person, because this is their date, and being the bigger person and rescuing the person, I saved myself and cost me money. I have had poor planning on dates, where I end up being the person. I end up driving, and using my gas, and being very unimpressed by the person, even though they paid for pretty much everything. I have had been on dates where women have skipped out on the check, and I have to admit, as soon as I pull out my wallet, the date's over. If you invited me out and I have to then pay for this, the date is over. And how you do, and what happens to you doesn't matter to me. And I know it sounds cold, and I know it sounds mean, and I know, I've had people trick me into that, that type of thing. And, I've had people buy me plane tickets and fly me places, and where I have to basically, they only paid for one way, so I have to pay the way home. And literally, as soon as I landed, I literally got back in line, got back on the plane, and flew back. I've done that. But as far as the rule that I've broken, here I'm going on a tirade of all the other rules that I've broken, but I've broken them a lot too. But probably the one I've broken the most is, once it's over, it's over. I have never gotten back together with somebody and the situation improved. Whatever the reason is that we broke up, I mean, I've been stabbed because of that. Whatever the reason that we broke up, and I don't want to see that person ever again. Whatever those reasons are, they should stand. I definitely cannot be bullied into being your possession again. I don't belong. I never. Of everybody, and this includes everybody I've dated across the spectrum, I've never belonged to them. we've chose to spend time together. I love that. There are definitely women that have made me feel like a better person being with them. But if whatever the reason is that we broke up, and it, like I said, it could just be me, just could be my attitude, it could be my laissez-faire, and it could be the fact that I'm still a boy, when I should be an adult. I should be more responsible, and I don't, and I that's probably part of my nature as well. And relationships end. But yeah, never get back together. It doesn't matter how much, a 9 month relationship seems like a lot. Usually when I got past the 2 weeks, I had always thought those relationships were going to last forever, because if you could break the 2 week threshold, there's more to to being with that person than 2 weeks. The longest relationship that I had when I was still dating was on and off. I gotta even make sure you guys understand that it's on and off. Technically, it broke the 9 months straight threshold, but it was on and off for 3 years. And mostly off because we broke up 9 times. And what a freaking nightmare that was. I can't speak for her, but I would assume that it was pretty much a nightmare for her as well. And my property. I'm just assuming that it was a nightmare. I mean, like I said, I'm the only constant in all those relationships, and it really proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like I said, we broke up 9 times. Got back together with her 9 freaking times. And some of the times I got back together with her, I didn't even realize I was back together with her. All of a sudden, she was just there. She just made herself, a presence in my life again, while I was already moving on. But yeah, 9 times before it finally, police let her drive drunk when she showed up at my house and took my car apart and stuff like that. So, yay. Not fun times. When I was dating, she showed up at my house that she did not know that I lived there because I didn't give her my address. And I still don't count that as us getting back together, because we didn't get back together, but she did say that I was hers, and I'm hiding in here even though I'm the one who signed the lease. And she followed me home. That's craziness. That's insanity. We were broken up. She cheated on me. Gone. Done. Over. And if I wasn't dating somebody new, she probably, if I was by myself, because contrary to popular belief, I actually did spend a lot of time by myself, not dating people. And that's how she got back together with me so much. And that's probably what she was trying to figure out what she was going to do. But yeah, the place that I moved out of, I gave a forwarding address. That's how she found me. I also think she followed me. But yeah, so nine times. And I definitely learned that lesson. I can't stress how much I know how much it hurts when the breakup happens. I know how you think that you're this person I'm with is the one. Guilty song, somebody I used to know, how this was supposed to be so much more than it was. I think that you should go through that hurt. I think you should understand why you're hurting. And I don't think you should close yourself off to other people, but I don't think you should allow a person to hurt you like that again. I think you should not. I think you certainly, and I will stand by this. And people can say that, oh no, you left the water running or something, or left the refrigerator door open. I don't know what stupid reason could you freaking break up with somebody and get back together and freaking everything's going to be fine. Whatever the reason is you broke up, that's going to haunt your freaking relationship. So. And if you cheat on a person that you're dating, you should break up with them. Like, why would you stay together with a person? And don't ask for them back. Torture not only them but yourself. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you hurt somebody like that? I mean, if they know that you're engaged in relationships with other people, that's a whole different story, and not going to get into that because I think that if somebody knows that you're dating others while you're dating somebody, it's not cheating. If they want to know who they are, let them know who they are. Let them know what maybe they see them as competition, maybe whatever like this. But you got to talk about that stuff. But cheating, my penis doesn't accidentally, go anywhere without my knowledge. I mean, I know I keep talking about how it thinks for itself and does whatever it wants, but it doesn't go into things that I don't want it to go into. That doesn't accidentally happen. I don't accidentally start, playing tongue wrestling with a girl I barely know. It doesn't accidentally happen. I don't care how drunk I was. I don't care how many drugs I was on at the time. Obviously, if I'm passed out on the floor, I think I get a pass. If somebody basically molests me and rapes me and stuff like that, I get a pass if I'm passed out on the floor for cheating. But if I am conscious, and no matter how inebriated or whatever I was, I can still fight off advances. I can still say no. And you're right, I can be forced into it, and I don't count being forced into it. Being forced into it is rape. And have I been raped? Yes. That is why I say I've never cheated on somebody. I don't count that. Don't count that as cheating. That's why I hate bullies so much. I mean, people talk about rapists like they're something more than a bully. That's what they are. They're just a bully. Hate bullies. But yeah, you don't you didn't like, oh, we were just doing, and how did this happen? No, it doesn't. How. There's no how this happened. It should never happen. And why did it happen? Because you freaking are a freaking lousy cheat. And like I said, I've been cheated on a lot. So, but I've also dated a lot. So there's kind of like I kind of have that balance in there. But yeah, I don't set the ground rules half the time. Like I said, I keep my expectations down to nothing almost, so I don't expect anything. You're right. I like my Candide story. I was expecting to talk about the play. But I don't know if that should be considered an expectation or not, because that's the discussions that we were having beforehand. That's the reason why if as beautiful as she was, as beautiful as she is, and as wonderful all the personality and everything like that she had, I never would have taken her to a play in New York if that wasn't one of the things that we spent a lot of time talking to each other about. I thought it was her interest. Turns out she's not even interested in that stuff. She's just humoring me. She thought I was a theater nerd or something like that, and I really am not. I do know plays. I love plays. I grew up with the theater and stuff like that, which is the reason why I have such a, robust background with it. I thought it was her interest. And definitely when she told me she's never seen a Broadway play, I was like, that's what we should do. And I'm not going to see something stupid like, I don't even know if Cats is even playing. But originally I was thinking about going to see Jekyll and Hyde. But once I saw Candide, I was like, that's the play. That's the play. Jim Daly, Pete's Dragon. That's the play. But yeah, I don't know if I really count that as an expectation, because we didn't talk. Again, we didn't talk about. In fact, I don't even think that. I think that solidified how our conversations from there on out went. To any question that you had is yes. To our relationship moving forward. I'm not a savage. And I am a man, and give them what they want, I guess, is pretty much my view of everything. But yeah, we kind of think if we even did another play together, because I think I started work, and I know she secretly wanted. I know that one of our last conversations, I'm trying to think if it was the last conversation I had with her, but she was going to do Star Trek stuff. We talk about Star Trek. We talk about nerdy things, but I know she was doing it for me, so it's a whole different story. She was definitely being happy. She was happy to be that person with me. And she was definitely gorgeous, so it did not hurt. She definitely liked to dress up, and she the last thing, and we never did it, so I don't even know why I'm saying it, but one of the last conversations that I had with her, she was going to do green body paint and be an Orion slave girl, so Star Trek, and I was going to be a Klingon. So that tells you how things progressed there. But yeah, so the reason I bring her up is because it's one of the wonderful conversations. I kind of still consider, this is where I talk about my fan club. I kind of considered her part of the fan club, even though she never really interacted with any of the people in the fan club, and they used to talk amongst each other all the time. And with new members joining every day. Some of the people in the fan club I did not even go on a date with. So that tells you how the fan club was working. So that wasn't even part of it. But whenever we went, whenever we went to a bar and had a beer or anything like that, they were just in the fan club. They just, swept up in that momentum. And it always kind of amazed me. And it was, I think the fan club was one of the first things where Facebook was concerned that I purged out friend-wise, and never recovered it again. Did not seek out the people, and none of them actually came back to try to. I don't even think there's a couple. I think there's a couple following me on Twitter. But that's about it. Just two following me on Twitter. But yeah, so those are the rules. It took me almost 2 hours to just get down, just to talk about the rules and craziness and everything like that. Again, we have an empty chat, so I didn't even see. I think I was watching, not the last one, the one before, Unscripted 2. Yeah, the hour one, where I thought I lost the. It was This is 5, so 3. It was probably 3. Unscripted 3, where I thought I lost the stream, and so I typed something for the chat, so the chat would show up. I don't even think the chat. I watched the whole thing, and I didn't even see me actually doing this. So maybe it did get cut out. Maybe I'll have to watch it again. But anyway, I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful day, and cool beans. All right, take care. All right, let's do this. I'm having very spotty internet connection, and doing a live stream has been on and off, and I've actually been struggling with this for the past few days. Yes, I want these to all be live stream, but sometimes I can't get what we want, and yay, there's not going to be a chat. There's not really a chat. I think only once I had an actual chat, so that doesn't matter. A couple days ago, I was planning on doing a video about bros, but something has happened in the VTuber community that I almost came out of retirement and sang a parody song. I wrote it, if that's, whatever that's saying, but VTuber named Coco, who pretty much, started, making this why it's, such a phenomenon. She's one of the early ones, and I've seen her, I haven't really followed her because she's mainly in Japanese, and I have an understanding of Japanese when people talk it, but I kind of usually just get lost all the way down, and most of her streams were never subbed, and it was difficult for me, and that's one of the reasons why I haven't followed her or any other VTuber that doesn't primarily speak English. It is what it is, but I think tomorrow she is graduating from Hololive, and normally we'd think with graduations it's a happy thing, but I'm going to actually miss her. I've seen her do collabs. I've seen people who've subbed her work, and I watched those videos, and she definitely is a force to be reckoned with, and really want to see where she goes. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's raining pretty good. Like I said, it's with Wi-Fi, and the actual, even the hard line is spotty as well. I'm actually kind of worried about whether it's going to download. But yeah, I just wanted to do a quick note about it. I don't know if I'm going to sing the song. I don't know if I really consider myself in retirement or anything like that. But I would love to. Nobody really watches my videos anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And I already said nobody. I do not mean the people who subscribe and the non-subscribers that watch pretty much everything that I have, and they're the ones actually keeping my channel going. That just their input basically is the reason why my channel is surviving. So don't want to say nobody watches it. I should say a majority of people don't see my videos. Usually the people that the video, my parody is about, haven't seen. I don't think anybody who, with the exception of one, she actually did say that she saw my videos, and I did 5 songs for her. So that tells you, like, just because she said she watched a video, she got 5 songs out of me. That's let you know how I'm my modus operandus. But getting back to what I wanted to talk about, which was bros, to my actual genetic family, I have 4 brothers. And if I ever talk about any one of my brothers, I'm usually going to call him my brother, and it could be any one of the 4. Out of the 5 boys in my family, I am the middle child, so that means I have 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. So even if I say my older brother or my younger brother, it still could be any of them. and I could do a misdirect and mention my younger brother, but I'm really talking about my older brother. So, but for the most part, I'm just going to call them my brother. But the reason I mention my brothers is because I have been a bro for a long time, and it is definitely something society seems to hold on to when men are gathered together. We become bros, and I have to admit I know that it's different than like having a best friend. I grew up with my friends and my best friend, and or best friends. You can have best friends. You don't have to have, there's no law saying you can only have one. I don't know if I mentioned about my best friends, that they are my best friend. It doesn't make me their best friend. In fact, looking at my entire scope of my life, as far as best friends goes, I don't think that I've ever been somebody's best friend, which I think I would make a good best friend. But that's the friends have actually, especially when the group of friends are male, and I've had some female bros, so I don't know where the distinction comes in, where the bros thing, but it's very defining, and I don't even understand like the etiquette of the bro system. Yes, I've watched How I Met Your Mother, and there's bro codes and rules in the bro codes, but they in real life none of that crap even applies to anything. But as far as bros are concerned, I know that it seems that there's a lot of understood things, and this is understood, and you're protecting your bros, and the bros before a hose, and the your bro. I'm not really a big fan of it, actually. The changeover is like, I don't understand where people still consider either me a bro or I consider them a bro. As far as I'm concerned, no, I have more than enough bros in my life, so I don't need any more bros. The testosterone, the masculinity or toxic masculinity that permeates when men gather is not for me. I'm not really a crowd person anyway, and I really don't even like to be around. I'd rather get my nails done. Maybe I should say it like that, than be hoofing and grunting and stuff like that, like Tim Allen on Home Improvement. I'm not really that type. Like I said, you look behind me, you see all these action figures. I'm a nerd. I'm not into sports. I'm not into that ball game that everybody chases around, which I hate to even say, most of it looks kind of almost homoerotic. If I really had to like put a spin on it, and nothing wrong with it being that, just it seems that it's goes against what the bros see. It's like watching wrestling. You know, it's kind of, especially like the, you know, professional wrestling. You know, the stuff that's on TV. It's kind of not not what most people think. But then again, I know that people like the Village People and, you know, very homophobic people, or they like Queen, and they're, you know, very intolerant of people who are different than them, or they think they're going to convert them, or what. I still don't understand all the nonsense that people create. You can't really be converted into something that you're not, so, I mean, they can try, but if you're not, you're not. I think that a lot of the issue comes from the fact that there is that doubt, there is that attraction, there is those feelings that these people have, and they think that they're wrong. And when somebody else is just openly expressing those feelings, they want to stop them. You know, if I can't have that, you can't have that type of deal. That's how I see it. It never made sense to me. Why you care so much about what other people are doing that you can't even take care of your own house. Why would you care what somebody else's house is like? Why? Who cares? And you know, the reverse holds true. You know, I understand that, you know, these racist bigots and everything like that, you know, have a place, and it's not mine. It's not my place to judge them for what they have. What they do and their hate and their things, I will definitely judge them on that, because that affects other people. But as far as what they have for themselves, I could care less. I could care less about it. I could care less what idols you worship. What flawed people you think are above being fallible. But yeah, getting back to the bros. So I've been in a situation with especially a person who calls me his bro all the time, and I was trying to change it, because I don't want to give the scenario away, but it's like there's a cake. Let's throw the metaphor out there, see if I can make it work. So there's a cake. I get a slice of the cake. The cake's cut up however many times. People have gotten slices and everything like that. And my bro turns to me and says, "I don't really want a slice, you could have mine." And I say, "Okay, well, let me see if somebody else wants this slice and I'll have your slice." So I go off and give away my slice that I have, and then I come back expecting to have that slice there, and my bro has eaten it. And now I have no slices. I don't get any cake at all. And I don't know if I should still consider that person my bro. And that's pretty much what I'm dealing with, you know. And the answer, you know, the quick answer is no. It's not. That's not a bro. That is somebody who might as well hate you. And the difficult answer is that there have been times that I've needed my bro and they've come through. less, more of the cake scenario goes on. But every now and again, it works out. And, how do you judge them on the good things that they do? Because that's what makes them my bro? And then these crappy, shitty things that they do to me, does that get weaving in? Does it balance itself out? Or do I just say, no, it's not my bro? Like I said, I don't really, I'm a brother. I'm a bro biologically. And I have been dealing with all of the different types of, how I've been treated by my brothers. Every one of, or all four of them treat me differently. I like when they treat me with just indifference. But they are, vicious in a lot of respects. For them, I put up with more than what any human being should ever have to put up with, as far as how you deal with how you're treated by another human being. There definitely should be a line. And I have, one of my brothers is actually, a decent person, but also shits on me as well. But it's, that's kind of the nature of dealing with things. But they're actually, it seems that they actually care about me. The three others, like I said, indifference is a wonderful thing when they treat me with just indifference. The rest of the time, they're just takers. They just take. They're not givers. They don't in all the years that I've known them, some, two of them all their lives, I have learned that, being a giver has a reward to it. And if you just take, even you taking what you don't need, taking what you want, eventually there's nothing left to take. And three of my brothers, I think, have found that out, that I don't have any shits left to give, as it were. But they're the extreme, and the whole thing about family has been thrown around, and how I need to be a little more accepting, and I need to be a little more tolerant of them. And the truth of the matter is that they're not tolerant of me. They definitely don't accept me. And all they want, the reason that they say crap like that is because they want to take something. They're not adding to my life. They're not making my life more fulfilling. They're literally just taking things away from me. And very upset with me when I don't give, because I don't give anymore. But those are the real bros. And like I said, I put up with a lot of stuff, and in the real world, outside of the family, my biological family, outside of that, in the rest of society and stuff like that, for the most part, people treat me with indifference. I treat them with indifference, and that's pretty much how I deal with most people. Just complete and total indifference. I could care less what you do, and I hope you can care less what I do. You weren't part of my life. But there are people that are a part of my life, and they get, I guess, to the acquaintance status, and that's probably the majority. Well, the majority of people are indifferent. The people I don't know, people I don't even care to know, and stuff like that. But then you get into the acquaintance people who are, I have to interact with, or I do interact with, even, sometimes by choice. And those people, that's where most of my bros are. And then you get into my friends, and then you get into the people I'm very close to, which is a very, very small group, which I'm trying to expand. I'm trying to actually add another layer between friends and my core close-knit group, which is my tribe, or my chosen family, the family that I choose. And it's building. I can definitely see some people, who see themselves as part of that, which I'm, more than welcoming to that, more than a joy having things of that nature in my life. But yeah, when I think about the acquaintances who basically think I'm their bro, it's, the bro. See, I might wanted to do bro between friends and very close friends. But the bro thing is not. It's not any closer than a friend. In fact, for the most part, it's people that I tend to not want to deal with, or want to be acquainted with. So, putting them in the acquaintance, it's like it's not even a separate category from acquaintances. It's the bro group inside the acquaintances, because obviously I have to deal with them. But I there's the other side of the spectrum, where I would even put the bros in as well, as the people that I have to deal with, but I don't like. And then there's the people that I absolutely despise and do not wish well upon. I don't really delve into that group too much. My troll, who is obviously a bot, and so there's not even a human being behind it, which is I was actually kind of hoping that there was a human being behind it, but it's obviously a bot. They're a little too consistent. They follow my I have several patterns that I do. They've picked a pattern, and that's how they get into my videos, and that's how they see what they want to dislike, and they're utilizing that. And when I start a new like this with Unscripted, they just get right into the pattern. And at first I thought, oh look, they shifted zones, but really all they're looking for is my name and now Unscripted, and they're already set up. They come in just to click dislike and leave, and they're super fast by it. I actually tested that, how fast I can do it timing wise, and clicking on a video, letting it load, letting that video load, so that it actually starts playing, and then clicking, because there are ways to get into a video without even shutting off autoplay or anything like that, but you can get into a video and click dislike without ever viewing the video. And the bot doesn't do that, because the bot wants to make sure that it's a real video, and that's the reason why it waits a couple seconds for the video to turn on. I think that if it was if I had a dummy video set up, it would probably pass on it. But it doesn't even know what my videos actually are. I think it's funny when they dislike a video that actually is making fun of them for disliking the video. It's like going, you don't even see that I actually just dissed you. They'll probably dislike this video too. Yeah, the bro thing I'm still working out, and if anybody has any um, advice, 2 cents worth, or anything like that, about the bro, maybe the bro code, maybe I'm going to do the Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother, and school me in the ways of the bro code. Whatever you want to do. I'm interested. I like to figure it out, but I have to. I will say though, even though the person's probably going to call me a bro for the rest of their lives, I am probably never going to call them a bro in return, because maybe I am a bro to them, but they definitely aren't a bro to me. And I'm just at that point where it's just like, I don't really understand it, but here's what we got. Shifting back, till I mentioned Coco, real quick. Probably, no, I can't. I don't have any internet connection, so I can't even see if she's even online. I hope that whatever she has planned for her future, I hope there is a plan for her future. I hope that it does involve her, B-tubing and streaming and doing that. But otherwise, I would love to see where her career goes. I'd like to see what happens in the future. Yeah, and hopefully it's not nowhere. But maybe it's more of a mutual thing, and she's just giving it up, maybe. I know that I can't do. How did this work before? I think I can do a half hour. But I think once I get to the hour mark and stuff like that, the system basically just shits the bed, and it doesn't really work out too well. So I'm going to probably close this off before the half hour mark, just to have it. Now I'm just wasting time. Let's just say the goodbyes. I hope you find this interesting, and I hope you're having a fantastic day. And as always, cool beans. All right, take care. Three, four. All right. Hopefully my internet lasts, so we'll figure that one out. Yeah, I'm live again. Yay. The download from 2 days ago actually took 2 days to upload, since I had a weather conditions outside and all sorts of craziness, and I couldn't even get the live stream to go up, so I actually just recorded it and then tried to directly connect, and bad internet, and that's not good for a live stream because it was pretty horrendous. It took 26 hours to upload just that one video, and I'm still amazed that it took that long for a 30-minute video. So let's do this. Coco had her last stream, and it was very sad, and I wish my Japanese was better. understanding anime is a little bit easier because people don't speak as quickly. And they tend to use scripts seem to be very similar to what they're saying, so it's very repetitive. And I kind of thought that my Japanese was actually pretty good since my college days. And I realized watching the stream that I was understanding like every other word. And I didn't have subtitles to lean back on. Which, if you do get a chance to, if you look up Coco, I think that they're probably uploaded some of the highlights from her graduation stream. And like I said, it's I kind of laugh that, you know, I feel like I'm at the bottom rung on, you know, as far as being a YouTuber goes. And I don't know if I would want to be put on such a high tier like she was. And I know she had, you know, some protection because she was a VTuber. And, you know, originally I was going to create an avatar and not show my face. And I was going to actually pretend I was a lot younger than I am. And basically just make everything fake. And so I think I'm going to probably do a focus on communities and, you know, families and what brings us together, what tears us apart. And I know that I have talked very briefly on, you know, the fact that most organizations I am not. I've never felt like I've belonged or been a part of. I think I was, you know, I was present in certain things. I did certain things. I was a part of. I think I was semi-memorable, which is like, that seems to be my goal with everything that I've done in my life, is just to, you know, plant that memory. But as time passes, I'm slowly but surely forgotten. I talked about the bros in the last video, and I wanted to, you know, delve deeper into that, but it's not worth it. I think that my metaphor pretty much sums up how I feel like when I'm interacting with people. And I like to think that I am, you know, a giver, more of a giver than a taker. But I have to admit that I do take a lot, you know. You know, your time, you know, anybody who's watching this, obviously I'm taking your time from you. So, and I want you to know that I understand that value. You know, I realize that the one dislike that I keep getting for all my videos, I mean, if you search back, you know, actually all the unscripted right on from the start have all been disliked. And I kind of made fun of them. I kind of said things at the beginning of the video so that I can catch the few seconds that they're on, but it's become very, very apparent that it's a program, and it's a bot, and whoever created it, I mean, they're just an asshole. And there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can change it. It doesn't. That's the sad thing about the dislike is it just basically is meant to upset. I guess it's just designed to upset me because I have nothing more to go on except the fact that they constantly, go in for about 4 seconds and dislike the video and are out. And, you know, if they were a real person, they would realize that they need to change up that pattern a little bit or do something like that. And that's the reason why I'm pretty sure it's just a stupid bot, and it's a program created by somebody to do exactly that. And if I was monetized, maybe they would probably have to have a whole system of bots coming in there to dislike a bunch of videos, but I don't get any likes, so you see the dislike. I can see the whole thing. I can run the whole gambit on everybody who sees my videos because I don't get, I'm lucky I get 10 views total. And out of the 10 views, it's not difficult to figure out when the dislike, I know exactly when all this stuff happens. It's pretty methodical. Because I've been staggering my these videos when they come out. I can tell when what time they actually do a search for me, and when they find the video. Like here I am doing one early in the morning, and I know that probably around 7 o'clock tonight, I will ping up onto their radar, and they will click on it and click the dislike and leave. And I just don't know. Like, it doesn't serve any purpose. It doesn't. If I was monetized, it wouldn't, take away any of the money that I would be making. The dislike doesn't do anything. And I am coming to terms with the fact that, that's what they want to do. I had a bunch of loud noises when this first started, when I first picked up the bot, that they, just systematically disliked it. And if those would have been a more difficult way to find out, like how long they, I think there was one video where I said they were on for 10 seconds. Nope, they were on for the right amount of time of 4 seconds. And that was a little bit more difficult because I wasn't aware of it at the time. And loud noises definitely gets more views than like unscripted. The last one has 6 views. Before that, like I said, they don't even break 10 views total. So I can count. I can actually watch the rhythm and count what time that the dislike even comes in. I mean, it's not even 0.1. It's just a blip on my timesheet. And also, these videos tend to be a lot longer than the loud noises, so it's the blip. You can actually see where that blip is. I guess that doesn't matter. But let's talk about the communities. I would never belong to an organization that systemically goes against my beliefs, that worships blindly, which pretty much puts all religious organizations into this category, and not necessarily a deity. Worshiping a deity, that's fine. That's what people do. That's a personal thing. I totally understand that. But when the worship becomes the preacher or your teacher or your guide or something else, that you elevate them beyond the status of being a fellow human being, your leader, if it needs a leader, in the organization, but the person basically that's meant to help you, if you worship them blindly, and take everything that they say as, if you're not challenging them, and you're basically just following them. And the reason I say that with this is because I see this happening in just about every fan. It's the same thing with every fan base. I guess if you can consider like the show or the game or something like that as the deity-esque thing that doesn't have, that maybe controls your life in some sort of, or has an effect on your life in some sort. But once you get into where, people are the leaders of that, and I mean, you can even bring up sports and stuff like that, where instead of it being the game, it's the player. People like Michael Jordan and stuff like that are basically worshipped as gods almost, and nothing that they, complete, here's this flawed human being that, does something amazing, does their job amazingly, and because they do their job amazingly, everybody thinks that everything else in their life is perfect. And I not struggle with that, but my brain just doesn't, I'm not a follower. So maybe that's really where it boils down to, where I listen, I apply, but necessarily following, I know I make fun of the fact that I march to the beat of my own drum, I follow my own path, I do all that stuff, but I do listen. I do hear what other people have to say and what they interject. Where I struggle with is like I wouldn't want anybody to worship me in the same respect. I want, like my subscribers, everybody who's subscribed, I wish they would watch my videos more, but my 21 subscribers, I don't see them as, just people who are following me or people who have subscribed to my channel. They're not that. They have input, they have, they add value to the videos that I make. It's important. And it's, they have an important voice, even on my channel, like this, you could always say that this channel is all about me, but I have another character, if you want to call them a character, which would be my subscribers. And then you have a third character, which would be the people who just basically come in and, view it. And they're not just I should say characters. I have all these characters, 21 characters is a lot of characters to deal with, in my opinion. And then I have like I think I have like close to 200 unique views of people who come in and grace themselves with this. And of course, even the stupid bot is a character, is a character for my channel. I wouldn't say that they have any add value, but they are definitely diminishing returns. But I'm talking about them, so that's where that's important. That's where the importance comes in. And if that's what people, the person who wrote that program to just dislike my page, if that's the most important thing that they can be to my channel, is just basically a diminisher, then that's what they want. I talk about bullies and stuff like that, and bully to me is basically my catch-all, because even I'm a bully sometimes. And so when I say I don't like bullies, I don't like it when I bully. I don't like it when this thing. When you are not lifting people up, or when I'm not lifting people up, I'm a bully. It's literally boils down to that. When I want to take away, when somebody has something that I want, and if they're not giving it to me and I take it from them, I'm a bully. That's really what it all boils down to. It's very simple, and you apply it to everything. Bill Cosby just got released from jail, but that man was a bully. Horrible, because he took from people without their permission. And he didn't go do it the right way. And maybe it's the thrill of it, or people have thrills and stuff like that, and everything like that. But I talk about my own bullying that I do, and my own bullying. I try to put myself. I try to I called it justified bullying. So I try to justify the fact that I'm going to bully people who bully other people, and that's bad too. That's not. I wouldn't. You can't. Everything has its own level of seriousness, and sometimes you have to take the good with the bad, and you also can't I keep saying me it's when I'm being bullied, it's like, how much can I take? How much am I allowed to take? How much should I be a part of that? And then, do I fight or do I flight? And my first answer to everything with that, when you're dealing with a bully, is remove yourself from that situation. Because the only thing that could happen from it is is a fight. And no matter what fight you have, and this is why I say about losing every fight, like how I never want to fight. No matter what happens, you're already hurt. Before the fight even starts, you're already hurt by something. And if it becomes a physical, for verbal fights, same thing. Before that fight starts, I'm already hurt. I've already lost before the fight even starts. And the only way to win that fight, to win that argument, not that, forget changing their minds. I could care less about what the person thinks and how they're going, how they can become a better person. They're an awful person. Why would I want to subject myself to trying to change their minds? It's the reason why I tend to fight, verbally or physically, with people that I respect and people that I have, because I want them to change. I want them to see where I'm coming from. I want them to know that they're hurting me. People who I don't care about, which is vast majority of people in this world. But the people I don't care about, if they're a bully, I just toss them into not only do I not care about them, but I do not want to be a helper to them. And I do not want to help people that bully me. I do not want to make their lives better. And I know people bring up the whole thing about, it's you, forgiveness is for you. It's not for them. You're forgiving them. No, it's not. No. If you forgive somebody and now I'm not talking about if I forgive somebody, and I'm not talking about that fake forgiveness where you basically let things you're just letting it slide, and not accepting it. A true forgiveness means that you accept what they did to you as part of who they are, and not only do you accept it, they will do it again, and you've got to accept that as well. And I've never accepted that. I will never accept something like that. So I do not forgive people. It's like when somebody says they're sorry. Well, my Nana told me, don't be sorry, be better. There's no reason to apologize. Don't do it. Don't do the things that you're going to be sorry for later. And I try not to apologize. I try to just make it better. And I try not to hurt people. I think I have a lot of empathy because I always try to put myself into another person's shoes and try to see where they're coming from. And that's a dangerous thing for me because I basically have been fighting with people all my life. Everything that I do, I've been fighting for my life. And if I can see myself in their shoes and I can see where they're coming from, I know how to attack it. I know where they're weakest. And that's usually bad. I swear I'm going to get back to what I mean by the communities and being a part of an organization or anything like that. Because I definitely see that even the people who haven't just subscribed, the people who are basically just coming in, breezing in and breezing back out again, and it could be a lot of the same people. That's why when I say there's 200 views that are not subscribers, those 200 views could be people, could be the same person. It could only be like 20 people. I could only have 40 people gracing themselves with their presence and gracing themselves back out. Like I said, I know that every video that I have, and I know I said I had 200 videos. I don't have 200 videos yet. I'm close to 200 videos. But out of all the videos that I've made so far, about 60 of them, 60 of those videos, that bot has been present in them. And I don't know. They count as 60 views, 60 separate views. Only subscribers count as the subscribers. And I have a subscriber count, so I know exactly when my subscribers are actually watching. And, it's often enough. I'm definitely not getting... obviously, if I have 21 subscribers and I'm getting less than 10 views per video, obviously all my subscribers aren't watching all my videos. I think I have 1 or 2 subscribers that basically watch everything that I produce, but they tend to not watch all of it. So I mean, like it's like the last video, the 30-minute video that I just did. No subscribers have even watched those videos. So, and it would be difficult for me to figure out when the subscriber, how the duration of the subscriber actually watched the video. I just know that the bot is not subscribed, so it's a unique view. I definitely have more dislikes now than I have likes, and that's kind of concerning. But again, doesn't affect one, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't affect the money because there's no money to be made, and two, even if I was monetized, likes and dislikes means nothing. Really, it means absolutely nothing. Number of subscribers you have means nothing to the YouTube algorithm. Means nothing. It's duration. And the more time that people spend watching your videos, especially to completion, the more times I'm recommended. So people who watch my videos for a couple of seconds or less than a minute, any video, if you watch for less than a minute, I don't get recommended later. Which means somebody has to actually search, the bot has to actually search me after a while, because he's watching for so little that I'm probably not even on his list of videos that he watches because he dislikes it. Dislikes actually drops it, will drop my videos from your path, and so it's definitely a program. And of course, consistency. Everybody talks about how I should stay consistent. And I picked up the bot being consistent. That's how they found me. Because I was doing a video every day at 3:00, regardless, and they were set. Almost immediately at 3:00, and like I said, they don't know when I'm going to actually post videos because I'm not consistent anymore. So it's now around 7 p.m. that the bot comes in and does his little check, but it might also still be at 3:00. So a couple hours, find out if they pop in and pop back out again. But that's the community that I'm building, and there's a lot of how-tos. In fact, more than I care to even watch. When I was learning, how to get people to watch the videos and things like that, when I was starting to do that, nonsense. The only thing that they promised is subscribers. And, I am not anywhere near, because subscribers are great, but subscribers it has to have 4 hours per subscriber. In order, going to how the algorithm works, I would have to have, doesn't need to be subscribers watching, but I would have to have 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of those subscribers needs to watch 4 hours of the videos. And like I said, it has to equal 4 hours per subscriber, and that's just to get monetized. It's just to get a couple freaking, a tiny little paycheck in a month. Just to get the ball rolling. And I think somebody said that it's like $20. So for the minimum to be monetized in 1 month, I'm looking at $20. And to not have toxicity, you can keep the $20. I'd rather not have that. I'd rather have a stronger community, rather build up a stronger community, people with different ideas and different thoughts and different takes on things, and people who agree and people who disagree, and lots of discussions to happen. I would love to roll comments or questions that people have into videos, and talk about them. I've been very reluctant, in a lot of ways, to do some of the no cheats that everybody talks about, and it's not that I don't want to do the no cheats, and promote myself, because I know that it will get me subscribers and views and all the other things that I need. One of the main reasons that I stay away from doing the no cheats is one, it's wrong, and why would I go on somebody else's video and basically self-promote myself? That's the stupidest thing in the world. But two, that's not the type of viewer that I want. I don't want a viewer to think that here I am offering what I'm giving, and that type of thing is okay. I wouldn't want people to come in and advertise their crap on my page. Why the hell would I want why the hell would I think it would be okay for me to do that to somebody else? Again, it goes into the give and take. You know, it's also one of the reasons why I promote other pages, especially when I'm using their music or I'm talking about them, or they're a part of the landscape in my videos. I will definitely give them a link. I will definitely, and if they want me to link something else, I will even offer that. But as far as the reverse, if they're offering it to me, I will definitely take them up on the offer. If somebody likes my videos, I have, um, sang about a lot of things, and I have, a lot of musical artists that I've done either parodies or covers of. And if they want to use me as a bad example and stuff like that, feel free to promote my site, and however you want to do it. It is what it is. I'm struggling just like everybody else in that. But if you don't promote my site, I can't say anything about it. It is what it is. What I'm saying is you can if you want to. I would be grateful if you did, but my gratitude, especially to people who have thousands of viewers, millions of viewers, they don't need to be promoting me. So why would they give a shit? And I totally understand that. If I ever become that, I would like to think that I could, lift people. I'd rather lift people up than basically be a taker. If I'm using something that they created, I would love to promote it more. And it's that's why I've set that standard for me now, and I'm not gonna, why would I change that? Because that goes right into the way my philosophies work and the way my thinking works. But being a part of communities and stuff like that, and things, I think the best way to put it is that, well, if there's any hate being promoted, any dislike, any blame that people put on other people, I don't want to be a part of that organization. And if it's doctrine that way, those organizations are out. But it also, how I'm treated is, when I look at what the LGBTQ RSC ARB, whatever it is now, and again the alphabet soup, the LGBT community, I love the philosophy. Love the philosophy. I don't like being labeled, so giving myself one of the labels, and I'm definitely not an ally person, so I'm not really your ally. Giving me one of the labels, I can give myself any one of those labels, and pretend I'm part of their organization or belong to that organization because of my label. One of the problems that I found with the LGBT community is that there's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of separateness, self-identity in your label, for the rest of the organization. So if you are one of the, if you do identify as any one of the letters, you are separate. You're not really, everybody puts the LGBT community as one thing, and it's really not. It is L, G, B, T, Q. Those are all separate organizations. They don't really intermix with each other. And people say, oh, but they all belong. No, you know, pride parades tend to be for one of them. Um, Bars or clubs, or even dance halls and stuff like that tend to be just for one. They don't tend to be an all-encompassing welcoming thing. And it seems like, oh, well, we all belong together. That's why we have a rainbow flag. A rainbow flag that represents, all spectrums and everything like that. And it just, it goes into like the ally thing. I'm not welcome. I'm not welcome to belong to your organization. Why would I want to be like an ally? I'll support the ideals that I have, that you share. That's it. But that does not make me your ally. Does not make me. I don't belong to your organization. Using things like, as much as I want to strengthen Black Lives Matters. And I'm with you guys and that stuff. I don't belong to that organization. And again, because I'm not allowed to belong, why would I be an ally with somebody with an organization that looks to me as an outsider? The whole ally thing just kind of gets like strange in that respect. Yes, I will share the ideals. I will share the equal treatment. That that not only the rules should apply that benefit a person based on their skin color. It should apply to the ones that benefit. I've got to say this correctly. The rules that apply that benefit only a certain section of the American public, while there's other rules that don't apply, which gives that privilege thing. There are rules that apply as a detriment to people based on their skin color, as well as other rules that don't seem to apply. And one of the biggest differences, and it has nothing to do with skin color, is the treatment by our society is all based on how much money you give, how much money you spend to protect yourself. And it literally is. If these groups just had more money, they would protect themselves. The law enforcement agencies, all of them, not just police, but all law enforcement agencies would not do stupid things like kill people in the street if they knew not only that they were being photographed, but if they knew that there will be severe consequences each time something like that happens. Because this is the reason why rich people, people with money, aren't faced with those problems. Aren't having their front doors kicked in. Because if law enforcement kicks down their front door, there will be severe consequences to that agency. No matter which branch of the law enforcement that they are, there would be severe consequences for somebody who can afford the proper lawyer, the proper way, the proper everything. There would be consequences for those laws, and that's the reason why they don't do it. That's the reason why it's not equal treatment for people without money. And the reason that I've always felt, the reason that it's Black Lives Matter, not All Lives Matter, or whatever, whatever you want, the reason that that the Black Lives Matters was chosen was not based on people, identifying as being black or being white, or it's not an anti-white organization. The reason that it is because our society is built to see a person's skin color and determine that they are poor. And since they are poor, it's okay to treat them like animals. And I very much against that. People, culture, their belief systems, their religious beliefs, and all that stuff, all that stuff that makes up the community of people who identify themselves as black, is special. It should be treated as special, and it should enrich everybody's lives just because it exists. I mean, rock and roll wouldn't be what it is, blues wouldn't be what it is without that culture already there, based on it. I mean, why would we want to diminish it from the greatness that it is? So I respect how people identify themselves, and I respect people need labels to be that way. But when the label becomes a detriment, that's when I have a problem. And then when it's that's a thing. But because here I am, when they see me, I'm labeled by them as white. I'm labeled by them as male. I'm labeled by people as these things. I don't care about those labels myself personally. That's why I have what's known as white privilege, but I do my best, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it in any way, shape, or form. But I do my best to treat everybody, no matter the color of their skin or their beliefs, equally. And there's bad apples in no matter what label a person has. So that's where I get into where or why I never feel like I belong. It's not the good people in these organizations. I hope I don't know if I can say his name, but I'm going to just say his name. One of my dear friends and biggest spiritual spiritual guides in life, was Father Angelo, who passed, and he were part of the Franciscan order, which is part of the Roman Catholicism hierarchy of where the Vatican and Italy is all all the rage and stuff like that. And I like the fact that one of the reasons why we became good friends, and one of the reasons why I accepted his guidance, is because he never, not even for a second, the entire time I've known him, foisted his beliefs, or try to force his beliefs as the truth. In fact, he spent a lot of time with me discussing where my beliefs are and where my beliefs can grow, and it's why I don't consider myself an atheist, because I don't believe that crap either. And our discussions, not really, I wouldn't even say that they were arguments or fights or anything like that, but our discussions were very in depth. And I definitely think that I challenged him in his faith as much as he helped build up my faith in things. Because my faith in humanity was severely lacking. Still is, but that's a whole nother thing. But it's different. But yeah, and going into atheism, it's not that I don't believe that there is no God. I just believe that whoever I worship is not one what I believe it is. I don't know what it is, and somebody once said, if God comes down, and I would tell God to his face, like, you never believed in me. Why should I ever believe in you? And I still wouldn't believe in you as my God. You can be everybody else's God, but you're not mine. I am not your child. As far as salvation, I don't know what's in store. I don't think me challenging whatever any belief system out there for salvation, because that's all they are to me. They're not what you do today. They're what you build for your future in salvation. And it's not how you treat people today, because you can always just ask for forgiveness. You can always be absolved of your wrongdoings, as opposed to making recompense and fixing the problems that you caused. You're just forgiven, and then you're allowed in. I talked about a horrible person I worked with, very religious, and you know what? Based on her belief system, she's going to be a horrible person till the day she dies, and she probably will be absolved of all the wrongdoing. I don't even care what she does to everybody else in the world. Just the singular wrongdoing that she's done, I feel that she's done to me. The recompense, the damage, and with time, the damage has even festered. So it's not how, like, people are talking about forgiving her and stuff like that. Why would I forgive her for that? Why would I forgive her for being a horrible person? Let her God forgive her. Let her go to heaven. I know that I don't want to be in the same heaven, if it does exist. I'd rather go someplace else. And if she does go to hell, and I go to hell too because I didn't build myself up for salvation, at least I know that it won't matter. And I can always not sleep, I guess, but whatever, in my eternal suffering, know that she's suffering and she was wrong. And I will laugh. And if I run into her, I will laugh at her. I don't think it's hysterical. All that work for what? Nothing. And if she's not there, so much the better. So, with me going to hell, I don't believe in that either. As far as everything else, when I was in Boy Scouts, another organization that I didn't feel like I belonged to, but when I was in Boy Scouts, the one thing that was always made very clear is not leave things how you found them, leave it better. Leave it better than you found it. If somebody left plastic bottles and garbage around before you got there, clean it up. leave it better. Leave it better than you found it. Nature has a way of, cleaning itself up. Help. Be helpful. That's how I've always been. And I like that. I like to think that any room, let's just call everything a room instead of just an environment. But any room that I've left, I'd like to think that I have left it, I've left it better than when I came in. And you can get into the fact that sometimes I leave dirty dishes or stuff like that in some rooms, but I forget to clean up after myself because I'm a messy person. In general, I like to think that I've left. When I was there, before I got there, it was in a certain state. When I was there, I interacted, and when I left it better. Every job that I've ever had, and I've had a lot of them, I would like to think that whatever happened after I was gone, I left it in better shape than when I was there. Didn't leave it damaging. Didn't damage stuff, and for the most part, I felt with most jobs, I felt that I was more of a hindrance to the daily operations than a help. And by removing myself from that job, that hindrance is gone. And whatever happened after I left, not necessarily did I leave a mark on it, but I left it better than when I was there. That is kind of a philosophy that I've had. I've been part of so many things. Gaming communities, I've been a part of a lot of them. I talk about my feelings towards a certain one that's in England. That the truth is that I picked the one faction that they kind of crapped on all the time. Picked the one faction that they ignored and never gave love to. That wasn't by mistake. That was designed because they didn't care about it at all, and it allowed me to basically explore my creativity, build things that I wanted to build. It not as effective as some of the other factions and groups, armies, if you want to call them armies. Not as effective as them, and probably lost more games than I won, and pretty much par for the course, as it were. But those were the most fun. Later, not when I first quit the game, but when I came back, I quit the game when they basically just destroyed their entire game for two full editions. They just literally they not only destroyed the game in one edition, but they doubled down for the next one. And after they doubled down, it was just like going, what is left? And the company realized that they couldn't sustain such a horrendous destruction of their own game, that they tried to rein it back in. And the truth is that it was like they went out of their way to give my faction love and attention, and they started to build it like all the other factions. In my mind, everything's the same. They're all the same. You could actually pinpoint how each of them are the same, because they treat each one the exact same way, and just give it a different name or have different models in the game. But the truth of the matter is that they're all just the same. You can build any one of those armies. You can use the exact same method, whatever your fighting style is. You can pick any faction. And the faction that I had, which, like I said, they gave no love to, and basically a subpar faction comparatively, because over their dominant one, they've gone ahead and and after spending a year with this latest edition, well, not they're on another edition that I haven't even delved into yet. But after spending a year playing this game, and I gave it a good college try, but I immersed myself back into it because one, that's kind of my methodology of doing things, but two, I wanted to leave. If I was going to leave it, I want to leave it with no regrets about the game. I wanted, this is where it's at. And after the year, in fact, I ended up staying 2 extra months by mistake. But after the year of delving headlong into this game, I realized that it was just basically I'm spinning wheels and I'm not having fun anymore. And when a game's no longer fun, it's just and the reason I gave it a full year. The reason I gave it a full year is because I didn't want to have any of those regrets I was just talking about. I didn't want to say, oh, this was a temporary thing. Your feelings towards the game, that's the reason why you feel that way. And you should have waited, a couple weeks and it would have turned around. And I felt a year, like I said, spent 14 months in it. I felt after a year that it wasn't going to turn around. And they put out a new release and a new edition with lots of changes and stuff like that. I just looking at it, it's all the same crap. It's the same stuff that I didn't like about this. It's more control and more looking like, and the game looks more like other factions. Nothing makes the faction that I fell in love with in the first place special. And the things that used to make it special are now considered what's known as fluff. It's basically the lore, the background, or the things that they talk about with the game. But pretty much it's just, if you break it down to what it actually does, the functionality, the randomness that it used to have, and all the other craziness that was going on. I mean, there were games that I played. My opponent didn't even need to have 3 models on there. I basically lost the game myself because of the random craziness that my faction was. And I've had games where people were playing tournament ready things, and just because of a few not even a lot of lucky dice rolls, just a few lucky dice rolls, I demolished them. So like that type of thing happening was really good, and it was nice. And I love that about them. Well, they stripped all that out. And now, like I said, it might as well, you're just using a different model, but you might as well just use those rule books because they're all the same. There's nothing that's different. Same functionalities, same things. They just put a different name at the top of it, but it does the same thing. Enhancements and disenchantments and spells and stuff like that. They're all the same. They're all fitting in with whatever category that they want to fit into. People were talking about like how things were broken with this latest edition, and I was just like going, I don't see it. This faction already has that. That faction already has it. It's just people aren't using it like that. You're using it differently. And all of a sudden, you see that faction just basically spring forward, and it's just like going, might as well be the same as everything else. And it's one of the reasons why I'm out. And unless there was a drastic change to bringing the game back to what it was, unless they have that drastic change to bring it back where it was, I think that, I just realized what I did. So you got the microphone. Oh my God, it's probably now blasting your ears out because I forgot to freaking hook my microphone up. Sorry about that. But yeah, your drastic change. I hope I'm not like silent now, but you have this drastic change in, unless they do a drastic change in the game and bring it back to what it was, the game is just going to basically deteriorate. I could pick one of the groups, any one of those groups, and I can play it like my faction, and with their rulebook, not with my faction's rulebook. So like, what does it offer? It offers nothing. Boring game. So that's why, that organization, and I've been a part of Star Trek fandom. I was actually part of Star Trek fandom for many, many years. Started when I was actually really young, and went to a Star Trek convention. This was back before the movies came out. To tell you how old this is. Now I think maybe it was when motion picture. It was because they weren't producing those every year, so it's kind of difficult. I have to remember when I first went to my first Star Trek convention. But it was a long time ago, and I was young. Like I said, I don't even remember how old I was. So, but I thought it was. In fact, I think that was, it was the very first nerd convention that I ever went to in my life. And I think that from that one, I've been chasing that type of high with conventions that I had at the Star Trek convention. And it's like catching lightning in a bottle. It never happened. Never happened again. All conventions after a while just started to deteriorate into nothing. I remember Comic-Con, being absolutely blown away by my first Comic-Con convention, and I think it only had 5,000 people at it in San Diego. And it was in a warehouse. It wasn't even in this, thing. They built a hotel for the freaking convention. I mean, that's how big it's become. And you can't even buy tickets anymore. In fact, if you were going to buy tickets for this year, which is coming up real soon, you would have had to bought them last year at this time. So if you wanted to buy tickets for Comic-Con, you're buying them for next year. That's where it turned into. And like I said, they have like 100,000 people there, and it's kind of like become a mecca. And the only thing about Comic-Con that I don't like is that it seems to be less and less about comic books. I know comic books are kind of, not as popular as they used to be, and it's not a comic book convention anymore. It's a multimedia convention. But my first one, like I said, I thought was absolutely phenomenal. Got to sit and hang out with writers and artists, and shoot the breeze and talk about old things and stories and this. None of this, like, where you walked into a theater, had to take a seat, and then it's kind of watching a play as people sat in chairs up on the freaking front, and people ask questions by standing in line. How enjoyable is that? It freaking sucks. After standing in the line for an hour and a half, feeling like you're fortunate to get in, after waiting all that time. And there's people that go to that convention that basically all they've done was sit in lines because they wanted to be in Hall H or whatever the fuck is going on with that. So stupid. But the convention life I absolutely adored. Used to go to a horror convention in New Jersey all the time. And it was like lots of things, but I was talking about Star Trek. I think that was my first, and I literally my mind was completely blown away by it, and I don't think I've ever had that experience with a convention since then. I had sponsored conventions. I had work conventions as security. I had work conventions as talent coordinators. I had work conventions as all different sorts of things. So basically every aspect of it, from, visitor a visitor or guest or whatever, buying a ticket to get in, all the way up to, even being the talent itself at a convention. Like I said, Star Trek really started that ball rolling, and I don't think that I'm ever going to see that again. And it's, back in my day. No, not really that. It's just, it is what it is now. But where Star Trek, here I'm mupping everything. Where my Star Trek, my love of Star Trek. Oh, I love Star Trek. Still do. But I got kind of overly involved in it, and like with everything, I think that my passion, to do things and be a part of it, diminished the fun that I was having, or my thing. And when it started becoming really nostalgia, I think I acted up and I self-sabotaged myself, because I am officially kicked out of Star Trek fandom. I am not welcome. And as like I said, I still love the shows. I just don't do the conventions. I don't do any of the fan stuff, because I'm not a fan. And very different than what happened with Star Wars. Star Wars goes a little bit different. In fact, I joked when they actually, said that my services were no longer needed, and that I'm out of Star Trek fandom. Like I said, it was mostly me doing it, so I definitely sabotaged myself in that respect. But I joked at the time. I was like going, well, doesn't matter what Star Trek does. At least I'll always have Star Wars. Star Wars fandom was definitely different. We showed up, made costumes, like definitely into the cosplay. We did lots of crazy stuff. People shot short films and things like that, which I was very happy to be a part of. Fan videos, and I wrote fan fiction, and I did all those things with Star Wars that loved, and it always seemed that George Lucas kind of welcomed the fans and loved the fans, and even though the prequels were a bit of a disaster, I had never, not even for a second, stopped loving Star Wars. They sold it to Disney. So Lucasfilm is now Disney. And the direction that they decided to take the sequels, they made it very clear that not only am I not welcome, but I'm a man baby, and if I didn't like it, then I'm not a fan. And I didn't like the prequels. I still don't like the prequels, but I can respect what the prequels were. I don't like them. There is nothing to like about them. They have a whole host of fabulous actors, and then a terrible script, and a terrible way to and a boring, long, almost stilted and wooden performances by even the greatest actors around, who basically appeared there, and it's just awful. The prequels are awful. And I might count myself as one of these idiots because I didn't like it is the reason why Lucas sold it to Disney. I mean, I've said this a bunch of times that I'm not the one that caused Lucas to sell it to Disney, but I think I'm part of that group, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I think it was definitely a mistake on Lucas's part. I think that he should get people to direct. Star Wars was saved by his wife, and Empire was saved by, I can't even think of his name at the top of my head, so I'm not even gonna look it up. But Empire Strikes Back, which is, I think, the best of all of them, and not even just the best of all of them. Like, nothing comes close to it. The second one, 5 is the best Star Wars movie, and then 4, and Empire Strikes Back is the best, and then A New Hope is the second, is number 2, and they're not even in the same league. It's not, in my opinion, they're nothing alike. And I don't even count, I wouldn't even count the sequels at all, except that they're just when you get to like where you want to just throw them out the freaking window. I mean, Attack of the Killer Clones, which is, in my opinion, the worst of the 6. Attack of the Clones is definitely the worst of the 6. The 3, 7, 8, and 9 are literally just below that. And I would probably, I haven't seen Rise of Skywalker. I just know that people have said it's awful, and that's when I stopped watching. Before Rise of Skywalker, I just they don't want my money. They don't want me to be a fan, so it's not even worth it. But let's see, it's Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. I would probably say out of the 3, it would probably, I guess it's a toss-up between Rise and Force Awakens. Force Awakens just, I think it was just a huge missed opportunity that set off that trend. So I think Force Awakens, as hungry as we were for a new Star Wars movie at the time, is the reason why I think it did so well. I would like to think that Rise of Skywalker is at least better than that. And I would like to think that Rise of Skywalker is at least better than Attack of the Clones, number 2. That's out of the 6, that's just god awful. But I don't know about Rise of Skywalker, so it doesn't go on the list. But I wouldn't put it as better than Attack of the Clones. And then it definitely goes Force Awakens, and the most god awful of all of them is The Last Jedi. And as a non-Star Wars movie, as just a regular movie, I think Galaxy of Terror, and most people don't know that movie. Let's try to think of one that, Aliens Resurrection, maybe. It's worse than that as a standalone movie, but Alien Resurrection also has, a franchise backing it as well. So, I'll think of one that, Galaxy of Terror is one of the most god awful movies, and I think the Galaxy of Terror as a standalone movie is better than Last Jedi, and that's not even bringing up any of the, you wanted to make something that was nothing like, subverting expectation and not utilizing the history, and just basically, destroying the whole concept of what Star Wars was. Well, if you take all that out of it, even Force Awakens out of it, and you just make it as a standalone movie, it's awful. Its pacing is bad. It's just an awful movie, and I'm glad I've only saw it once, because I don't think I could handle, bad movies. Bad movies not done ironically, or not made to be bad, or don't can laugh at their own badness, as it were. But yeah, I don't find it funny. I don't find it cute. I just think that Last Jedi is just that awful. And I never, until now, I have never said what my opinion is on The Last Jedi. I just know that what Rian Johnson said about people who have a bad opinion about Last Jedi, and I was like, I'm out. Solo, which is also a train wreck, but I think Solo is definitely better than Attack of the Clones. So that tells you how bad that I hated Attack of the Clones. But there's definitely worse movies, and I can't think of a worse movie than The Last Jedi, like as a movie. It's bad enough that no matter what Rian Johnson does, I probably will not see any of his work ever. Partly because he doesn't want me as a fan, and partly because I go to movies to enjoy them, not to make political statements. And if I don't enjoy it, you get that. Like I said, I still stand by everything that I said about the prequels. Everything. I do not. My opinion doesn't change just because they're better. Better does not mean good. Better does not even mean watchable. Revenge of the Sith is, out of the 3 prequels, Revenge of the Sith is definitely the best. And I can almost encapsulate all of them in the same way. But Revenge of the Sith is probably the best of the 3. And I probably would put that on par with Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi definitely has better pacing and a better, pretty much a better story. I think that the Ewoks definitely diminish it a little bit, but not to the point of being worse than Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith has a lot of detriments, a lot of things. Like I said, you get into, I can probably, it's definitely a watchable movie as opposed to the 3. Phantom Menace, I think, is a watchable movie too. But I definitely think that Return of the Jedi is definitely a much better film. So, but I do think that Revenge of the Sith is definitely a much better film. Attack of the Clones is just awful. And you can't take Attack of the Clones out of the prequels without it basically falling apart, because Revenge of the Sith absolutely depends on Attack of the Clones, even as clunky as it is, and you have to keep it in the series. So. One of the things I did like that they did, I mean, it would be darn near impossible for anybody with Star Wars to beat. I mean, A New Hope is awesome, but when they did Empire Strikes Back, that really solidified a lot of things. So well done. Empire is just that well done, and what was it called? I can't even think of it. I can't think of it. I guess it wasn't that important, but I definitely think that it's better than Return of the Jedi. Rogue One. I think Rogue One is better than Return of the Jedi, but not on par with A New Hope. Just better than Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi, I think, was the weakest of the trilogy. But yeah, Empire is just talk about what a great film, and the editing of Star Wars basically saved that movie. And Alec Guinness is just, Alec Guinness just, makes the whole thing, form together. And as much as they talk about how much he hated freaking Star Wars, I mean, without Alec Guinness, it's basically that crumbles. So yeah, Star Wars: A New Hope is pretty darn good. But yeah, Empire is just if you were ever going to be a fan of a movie, Empire Strikes Back puts it all in perspective. All of Star Wars, you can just watch Empire Strikes Back, and everything else does not matter. That's how good it is. And the heroes lose in the end. But that community, like I said, that was my choice. Like the miniature gaming that I was playing before. That was definitely my choice to not. I was told I didn't belong, so why would I want to be someplace where I don't belong? Do I want to change their ideals and where the direction that Star Wars is going in? No. They're obviously, I'm not making billions of dollars. I mean, so they're obviously doing something right. So let them have it. I don't have to like it. And again, bringing up the TV shows like Bad Batch. Let's see what you got. You got Bad Batch, Clone Wars, and the one after Clone Wars. I can't even think of it. And you also have The Mandalorian, which out of all of them, The Mandalorian is far superior. I don't know what's going to happen with Star Wars, but Mandalorian was good enough that I basically stopped my protest of Star Wars and watched it. So that's how good it is. If I had to compare it, again, New Hope, and then of course there's far superior Empire Strikes Back, definitely, hands down. Hands down, far superior to Mandalorian. Season 2, not as good as season 1, but it is what it is. Slowly, we're watching the slowly diminishing, and it is what it is. Trying to think of what other organizations I was part of. My current job, part of an organization that I don't feel like I belong to. They've pretty much done they pulled out all stops and every trick in the book to get me to quit. And if I did not need the money, because that's the only reason I do my job. If I did not need the money, if I did not need to make an income, I would definitely quit. Definitely be gone. And there is nothing left that I'm attached to or want to be helpful in any way other than as a way to generate money for myself. That's what my job is. The YouTube communities have been hit and miss. I think I mentioned religious organizations, right? And why I don't want to belong to them. So let's move on to the things that I actually care about. So I've definitely I've dabbled in a lot of things. Tried my hand at stuff. Magician, stand up. My singing from here, which I never. This is the only place that I've ever really done singing, but how well that goes. And I was tempted. I even wrote it out. I was about to just sing it and have another song for Coco, and and it really boiled down to the fact that my internet was such crap 2 days ago, that just boiled down to that is the reason why I did not do it. I did for Coco's last day. I wanted to have it ready and up. And that's the reason why the video that's the main reason why the video was so short, is because I was going to turn around and actually sing the song. And, after taking 26 hours to upload, there was no reason. I was literally waiting for it to upload so I can sing the song. But to give you a hint of what it was, and maybe I'll publish the lyrics one of these days, or post the lyrics one of these days. Coco song was going to be based on the Gorillaz' Feel Good. And literally starts off with Coco. And that's the first words of it, is Coco. I'm definitely a fan of hers. I've never really belonged to her community. Like I said, it was, my Japanese. You don't realize how limited your knowledge is, or I didn't realize how limited my knowledge is of Japanese until I watched. In fact, she was in the stream. She was doing a collab. And of course, her last stream, I wanted to just watch, outright, with everybody saying goodbye to her. But before that, the reason why I did not follow Coco, because I definitely liked the collabs that she did with others, and I liked the fact that they did have subtitles. But she uses words that I never learned. She uses words that are not in anime. And so I'm getting pieces of sentences and things, and it, the original thing is the reason why I don't tend to watch any Japanese streamers that don't translate or don't speak English. It's because of that, because I'm there to enjoy the stream, and if I don't understand what's going on, and not only not understanding what's going on, I can't even read the chat. Yes, sometimes people post in English and stuff like that, but for the most part, all of the chats, with just scrolling, because there's just so many viewers, just scrolling by without even you don't even have time to see it. Whether how you make it, how can I make out the kanji when I can't even I don't even have time to by the time I'm reading one, I have to scroll down to the bottom. It's literally just scrolling by, and I've always been kind of this is just that's not for me. But I could definitely appreciate who Coco was, what she actually means to the VTubing community, and what she's accomplished in the short time, because it was not long. The short time that she was doing this. And I think back, not really think back, but when other YouTubers and VTubers talk about how they began, I actually feel kind of a connection. I am 5 months in, and I'm definitely not anywhere near the point of where most of the people who I see start. The two things that I've been told that I'm missing: I am, one, not female, because I don't have the boobies, and I am not doing anything really all that exciting. I think reviews seems to be the thing, especially for the men of YouTube. I've not been playing games. I tried to do the picture-in-picture, and it's not working out not as easy as I thought it was going to be. And here I am. I'm just talking about myself, talking about the things that I like and things that my thoughts and hopes and dreams and stuff like that. I think that I maybe am a bit envious of people who have 1,000 people in the chat, scrolling away, having conversations and stuff like that, which I could definitely dedicate any one of these streams to that. And see that for what it is, but I'm not there, and it is what it is. But I can definitely, when people talk about how they began and how much of a struggle it is and everything like that, I know that, and I like to think that if I just stick with it and just keep doing it and not compromise and not start doing the sensationalism that a lot of people end up doing, because I don't want to always try to one up myself to where it just gets to absurdity. I just want it to be this. There's lots of things to talk about. There's lots of things to do. Lots of things, there's so much to experience. And, like I said, talking about, my tiny little community that I have, that's why I started changing it to family, because it's small. And maybe that's a good thing for me. I am not, I don't see myself getting, DMCA'd because I'm not monetized. When people say, be careful of your copyrights and stuff like that, it's just like, you can put a copyright claim on my videos. Like, what does that mean? It means nothing. Have a legitimate reason for the copyright. Obviously, when I was singing, that, that does play a role in why I stopped making videos like that, because it's those copyright claims eventually not I don't see a lot of people going through watching my old stuff. It's rare. I definitely would recommend it, especially now. If I have a loud noise that you don't see me on it, it's copyright claimed. And I would love for people to watch all those videos a million times. And, because I'm not making the money from it. And if I was monetized, I might have to take those down. And, be left with whatever videos I'm left with. And time goes on, I'm watching more and more and more of them getting copyright claimed. And I'm keeping up with it. So it is, like I said, it is what it is. It's definitely the benefit of being not monetized, that I can do, pretty much have free reign over the video. I don't, my videos aren't for kids, would never consider myself family friendly, even though I talk about family friendly stuff. And, everything is what it is. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in the community that I'd want to talk about, or anything else about communities. There's one community that I actually, I think that I'm shocking myself with how I feel like I belong to, and I worry that maybe I'm coming on a little too strong sometimes with, how almost open I am with them, because I feel like I belong, and I'm, there's a comfort level that I have with that community that, I did 5 loud noises, because that's kind of crazy to me. The other VTubers and stuff like that I was watching before, I had ideas and things like that I wanted to do, and I was thinking that if they gave me some recognition, throw me a bone or anything like that I would produce those loud noises, because that seemed to be the direction that they would want. But the VTuber that I watch, she's incredible, and and she does a lot of things, but she really is, I think that, in a way, like I said, the envy is definitely there, because she slowly built it up instead of it being, an instant, like some VTubers, they have an instant million subscribers. And, what do you do with 1 million subscribers that, instantly? You don't know how they're going to react. So you start doing sensational things, and eventually it'll burn you out. And I kind of worry that, like, maybe that's what happened with Coco, is that, not necessarily you got to stop doing what you're doing and, you're gone, you're out of here, but more along the lines of, she was getting a little burnt out, and maybe she had other things she wanted to pursue. I mean, none of it's been discussed. And the reason why I think a lot of that's not been revealed is because they don't want to tarnish the image of Coco. What people see. And doing live streams, just doing the few live streams that I've done. I mean, I'm on number 7 right now of Unscripted, and this isn't easy stuff. This isn't like, even without a plan, without anything else, just basically sitting down like I'm doing right now and turning the camera on and just talking, which is something that I do all the time. And I'm definitely a gabber. I definitely like telling stories and, talking about things and ideas and concepts and crazy stuff. And I've been known to go on for hours, and, switch directions and talk about other things, and, all this crazy, you can see my ADHD in full effect. But I'm actually known for that, and to literally just be doing this, standing in front of a camera, no feedback whatsoever, and nothing happening. I am what I am. It is what it is. I've had a few people come in. They're actually watching it for a few seconds and then they're gone again, which I think is absolutely awesome, and I appreciate them being there. But it's I don't have that. When I look at like I said, I don't know. I don't believe I can mention who it is, and you can figure it out. But I'm very envious of that community that I'm a part of, because I don't have that, and maybe it's because I want it, but I like the fact that it's not something that just overnight she built up and she created. I mean, I became a fan of hers because of somebody else recommending her. And when I saw what she was doing, I really liked it. But the welcoming and the open armedness of that community is like it's something that I'm not used to. And again, here I'm envious of it, but I'm like going, wow, what would I do with it once I have it? It's a whole big catch-22. Yeah. Maybe I'm not ready for something like that, which is probably a good thing. Maybe I have to keep doing this. But this is a lot of work. And so here I am, like talk about my attention deficit disorder. Let's talk about Coco. And, nobody really knows. I mean, obviously Coco does, and obviously Hololive does. Everybody who works at Hololive, and probably most of the other streamers know, the reasons behind it. But she was allowed to say goodbye, and that's very different than some of the people who are quote unquote graduated before her. One person only lasted a month. So, I mean, the people who graduated before Coco, I mean, the fact that they gave her all the stuff, I mean, yes, it could be because she is such a high profile client of Hololive. Client, right? I guess she's a client. VTuber of Hololive. I think she was the highest profile of them all. But that's probably why they gave it to her. So it could be any number of reasons that she said no. There are other number of reasons that she graduated. I'd like to think that it's like I said, making these things is not freaking easy. I'm doing it the most simplistic thing, and it is difficult. This isn't something that I love doing it, but it's not. This isn't like easy. I'm still learning a lot. I'm still basically growing. Finding my footing and stumbling all the way through. And I can only imagine what happens after you're basically doing it constantly, constant collabs, constant. Your entire life is basically revolved around being a character that's not you. And she could be wanting to pursue other avenues, and this is just the time. And it just as sad and as I'm pretty much heartbroken the fact that there's more than 1 million people out there that including myself, that I'm not a regular viewer, not a member or anything like that, but I miss her already, and she's been gone one day. And it's kind of amazing to me that like these things happen, like it happened like that. I think that, I worry that this phenomenon that VTubers are, this is the first chink in that. And yes, a bunch of them have come and gone. I mean, I probably, if I made up an avatar and was a VTuber for a little while, I don't think that I would have lasted, because it would have just been it's easier. I know it's going to sound crazy. It would have been easier for me to go away than for me to stick around like I'm doing. And I know that kind of doesn't make much sense, but I could easily go away with somebody, not knowing, not seeing my face. And if I wanted to pursue it again, I could just come back as something else with another avatar and have people doing like what they do with Gura. Speculating, is she this other VTuber who, basically, dropped out? And she could be. I don't delve that far into the things, but I don't think that they pull the people in Hololive out of nowhere. They don't come from, relatively, I don't think any of them come from any type of obscurity or anything like that. But I always wondered, like, with a person like Coco being gone, again, I'm not talking about unpopular VTubers or people who wouldn't, who didn't have a large fan base. I'm talking about, she was, pretty much the start. I mean, she wasn't the first, but she was definitely, one of the earlier ones. I mean, pretty much built Hololive. And it makes room for the other ones. She definitely was a force to be reckoned with. So it definitely makes room for other people to go other places. But again, I would love to find out what happens to her in the future. If she creates another avatar, or anything like that. Cigarette's not working. But yeah, I definitely, I wish her the best. I hope that, like I said, it was, very tear-jerking, her last video, which I wish I could have understood it. And I wish I had a better connection so I could have watched it fully, and not wait for the video to pop. And now, because now when I'm watching that, I want the subtitles, so now I've got to wait for the subtitles to happen or people to clip things. But yeah, it is what it is. But I definitely, I don't feel bad for her. Like I said, I hope she does things, but I definitely feel bad for her entire community. And most of them probably had 2, 3, 4 dozen. Once you go down the waifu rabbit hole, people tend to have a lot of them. So probably most of her community probably had other things to view and watch and be a part of. But definitely, there's definitely going to be the loyal. She's the only one for them type of people, and now they don't have that anymore. So I kind of feel bad for them. It's sad. But I worry worry that the community that I belong to. See, I'm treating Coco's community like the community that I belong to, the same way, and I worry that it's what if that happens? I don't feel the same with any other VTuber than the one that I'm watching. And I like a few others, especially the VShojo members. I definitely watch them a lot. But unlike them, their community doesn't. I don't feel like I belong to, and I think about where Coco's community was. It was a huge community. If my little community, little is probably the wrong way to put it, but the community that I belong to, if that all of a sudden, 3 weeks, announcement of 3 weeks, and all of a sudden she's gone, I was having trouble when I can't connect to that community. I can't imagine what would happen if all of a sudden it's a countdown to the final days. And yeah, I would be very sad. And I don't know if I would want to basically. I definitely wouldn't like jump right into another. Finding that type of a community already rare enough. Why would I try to jump into another one? I am almost at the 2-hour mark, and just going on and on and on about it. But that's my take on the communities and groups and organizations and stuff like that. And I definitely think that the bad apples, especially in large, multi-million people organizations, tend to have a lot of bad apples. And when it seems like those bad apples are accepted, that's the big key. It's like it wouldn't be as upsetting if the weird way to put it, when I'm looking to be accepted, but when they accept like horrible ideals and horrible thoughts, and because everybody's got contrary views, and it's just like when like the acceptance of evil is a part of your organization. I mean, and not to put that in lightly, but it's one of the biggest problems that I have with organized religion. It's because people have converted what should be a basis of love, basis of understanding, into a reason to hate, the reason to separate, reason to and definitely a reason for me to not feel like I belong to it. And yeah, there could, like I was mentioning before with Father Angelo, he belonged to a billion person, strong organization. And, there are so many bad actors in that. I mean, even the Roman Catholic Church, has problems with their priest. It has problems all around, and I personally can't accept an organization that would allow that. Cover it up, protect it in certain respects. And I know that they've gotten better over the years, but better is not where I feel like I belong to it. I don't share that. I don't have a common shared interest. And I got into where relationships. Like I always say, the one common denominator in all my failed relationships is me. I'm in every single one of my failed relationships over the years. And knowing that, it means that, here I was with a person that I'm not invested 100% with. And, that's a bad place to be. And it's really, 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 I mean, there's a difference between accepting a person for who they are, because you're definitely going to be two different people. Accepting a person for who they are and fundamentally disagreeing with them on where your pursuits are and where their pursuits are. And that doesn't make the person that I was dating a bad person, doesn't necessarily make me a bad person. It just means that we weren't compatible enough to stay together. And, I don't change. My nature, who I am, doesn't change just because I'm having a relationship with a different person. They change. The person actually, it's a different person that I'm dating, but I'm still the same person. Like I said, I'm the common denominator on the reason why the relationship failed. And I can accept that. As well as, I wouldn't want to be a part of an organization that doesn't accept me. Because not without accepting me, why would I? If you can't accept me for who I am, how can you expect me to accept? How can the organization expect me to accept them for who they are? They shouldn't. They should never. And changing me, change to meet that is just kind of like a really weird thing in of itself. So I'm going to end it here. I think I've made a conclusion. I don't know, maybe. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I hope when you watch this, everything is, going great for you. And so cool beans. All right. I'll talk to you soon. All right, let's do this. I was actually told that I need to be more animated. I don't know. Maybe I'll get to becoming more animated, and I'll probably add in effects and all the other stuff later. This is literally just kind of like not really unburdening, but just kicking ideas loose and things like that. So let's shake a few ideas loose. let's. I don't even know where to begin. Let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 4th of July and Independence Day. And it was the, I guess, guesstimated, instead of honoring when we lost my son, kind of, still mourn on the 4th of July. So I'm sorry to everybody, but my bot, my disliking bot, that I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm still trying to figure out what I really want to do with this. These, I'm definitely going to break them up. I'm definitely going to put them into categories and make them a little more bite size, and get out to take out all of the jump cuts, and maybe even me thinking, and maybe I'll do a video of me going something like that, to have fun with it. But that's why I won't be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Just thinking about it, but before that event, I had been faced with death several times. Never anybody close to me, not my mentors, not my teachers, not not my friends, my close friends, mostly acquaintances and of that nature. I mean, when I was very little, my great-grandmother passed away, and I actually remember that. I don't know why, but I do remember it. And I have, been, dealing with a lot of it after last year and everything like that. But even before that, I had 3 cornerstones of my life that were kind of my rock and kind of my guide and kind of my life lessons and my examples, even what not to do, and my encouragers, and and even in a small way, my partners in crime. I have always defined myself with those 3. I think about all the years I had with all 3 of them is part of my life, and I kind of took it for granted. Maybe I thought that it would last forever, and